Chapter 1439. A few days later, stars followed the star navigation map of the lost people and traveled quickly along the surrounding planets. They encountered some space beasts along the way, but they managed to avoid them. "We're here," Corinne said. Xia Ping woke up from his closed-door cultivation and took a deep breath. The qi of heaven and earth gathered into his body. All the blood in his body was boiling, and his heart was beating like a morning bell. After a few days of cultivation, he had completely consolidated his early-stage true fire realm cultivation. Even the dermic powers in his body had increased by a large margin, and his strength was much stronger. At the same time, the life dharma treasure, the bell of chaos, that he had refined, had been successfully condensed. He kept it in his body and nurtured it day and night, forging a supreme sage weapon foundation. In time, the Bell of Chaos would definitely become an earth-shattering Dharma treasure. "This is the Five Elements planet?" Through the virtual projection, Xia Ping saw a huge planet appear in front of him. This planet was extremely huge, just like the sun. It looked vast and boundless, and humans who stayed on this planet were just like ants. What shocked him the most was that this planet contained extremely rich five elements qi. It was divided into the five elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, covering every corner of this planet. Moreover, these five elements were extremely rich, to the extent that they were visible to the naked eye. Gold, green, red, yellow, blue, and other colors interweaved and mixed together. Huh! Xia Ping's eyes lit up, and there seemed to be an array rotating in the depths of his pupils. The power of the Hell Golden Crow's eye was activated, piercing through the void and observing the mysteries in the depths of the void. Vaguely, he seemed to see an ancient and complicated heaven and earth formation deep inside the planet. The powers of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth gathered together to form the five-element sky dragons. These heavenly dragons were extremely huge, and their bodies wrapped around the planet. From the beginning to the end, it was like a chain of order, sealing the planet. Even the slightest bit of power in the depths of the planet could not be released from the depths. "There's an array that seals this planet." Xia Ping frowned. What array is this? He could tell that this formation was profound and mysterious. It could not have been set up by anyone but a saint. It was extremely terrifying. There was a faint, heart-palpitating aura coming from the depths of the planet. That's right. There is indeed a formation on this planet. It's called the Five Elements Sky Dragon Demon Sealing Formation. It was personally set up by the Old Master to completely seal this planet. Corinne nodded his head. Why seal it? Is there a peerless demon inside? Xia Ping asked curiously. Corinne shook his head. Of course not. If there are demons, they can be directly eliminated and not sealed. In fact, this planet has a big secret. Actually, this is also the reason why Old Master placed the myriad stars sex treasure in this place. Xia Ping became even more curious and asked, "What secret?" "This planet is actually alive, and it is a great life form," Corinne earnestly said. Xia Ping raised his eyebrows. "What do you mean?" He looked at Corinne in confusion. "What?" However, the green ox revealed a shocked expression. Clearly, he thought of something and said, "It's a great being? No way. Do you mean that this planet is a member of the Gaia race?" He looked at Corinne in disbelief. Gaia race? Xia Ping blinked his eyes and looked at the two artifact spirits. Yes, it is actually the Gaia race, a member of the universe's peak race. Corinne nodded. When Old Master entered the fog star field to explore, he inadvertently discovered this Gaia race. He was wild with joy and completely sealed the Gaia race. He hoped to use time to make the Gaia race surrender and acknowledge his status as the master. After all, once the Gaia race is willing to surrender, it would be like adding wings to a tiger for a saint. Xia Ping asked carefully, wanting to know what race the Gaia race was. Corinne immediately said that the Gaia race was one of the strongest races in the universe. Its main body was a planet. Simply put, it was a planet that had developed self-awareness. This was Gaia. The Gaia race could not reproduce, so they were basically born naturally. Even the Gaia race itself did not know which corner of the universe their race would appear in. The problem was that among the billions of stars in the universe, the number of planets that could give birth to Gaia consciousness was simply 1 in a billion. Sometimes, it was normal for a Gaia race to not appear for hundreds of millions of years. However, even if it was extremely difficult to be born, it could not be denied that the Gaia race was blessed by heaven. They had an endless lifespan. Once they were born, they would at least have a lifespan of more than 15 billion years. Moreover, they did not need to cultivate. They just needed to sleep. With the passage of time, they would naturally step into the sage realm. As long as the Gaia race lived long enough, they would be an extremely terrifying existence. They were ancient life forms that contained terrifying power. It could be said that as long as the Gaia race was born, it would definitely be a sage realm powerhouse in the future. In fact, if it were not for the fact that the Gaia race was too few in number and that they liked to sleep for hundreds of millions of years and did not like to contend for hegemony, they might be the strongest race in the universe. They actually found a Gaia. Their luck is really good. Is this the trump card of the multitude star sect? The green ox did not dare to believe it. Even his master, the mountain river sage, did not have such good luck to find a Gaia. Once Gaia became his helper, it would not be as simple as adding wings to a tiger. It would be like having a super fighter, a tyrannical backing, and the kind that would be invincible. After all, a matured Gaia would be extremely terrifying. Even if it could not kill the enemy would not be able to kill it either. Even if a Gaia star ball was smashed into pieces, as long as there was a little bit of dust left, it could be restored again. This was an immortal existence. Basically, not many sages would provoke the sages of the Gaia race. It is indeed a trump card. The problem is that it is not that simple to make Gaia surrender. Even when the old master sealed Gaia for hundreds of millions of years, he still could not make Gaia surrender. Corinne shook his head and sighed. If Gaia was willing to surrender, his old master might not have died. However, it was too late to say anything now. What a great opportunity! Xia Ping was extremely excited and ecstatic. The multitude star sect master could not make Gaia surrender, but it did not mean that he could not. After all, he had the soul seal, a supreme spiritual secret technique. Once he used it, he could immediately make Gaia become his loyal subordinate. One had to know that even the blood soul sage did not have a loyal subordinate of the Gaia race. After all, the number of Gaia that appeared was too small. Once Gaia fell asleep, the sage would not be able to know if this planet belonged to the Gaia race. Chapter 1440. Where is the treasure of the myriad stars sect? Xia Ping immediately asked, looking at Corinne. It is in the deepest part of this planet, sealed in a great array. If you want to get the treasure, you must completely control the 5 elements Sky Dragon Demon's sealing great array, Corinne said in a deep voice. Completely control this great array? Xia Ping frowned. This was a super array, incomparably complex and tyrannical. It was basically impossible for him to completely control it with his current strength. You don't need to worry. In fact, the old master had already thought of this, so he arranged 5 elements temples on this planet. Corinne said, each temple has a 5 elements spirit talisman. If you can collect these 5 talismans and fuse them into one, you will naturally be able to completely control this great array. 5 elements spirit talisman? Xia Ping raised his eyebrows. So, if other people find the 5 elements spirit talisman, doesn't it mean that they also have hope to control this 5 elements Sky Dragon Demon's sealing great array? In theory, it is indeed feasible. The problem is that every 5 elements spirit talisman has been tampered with by the old master. Those who don't cultivate the star guiding art can't refine it. Corinne said, of course, if these talismans are obtained by the sages, they still have a way to crack the little tricks left by the old master. After all, the power of the sages is still very terrifying. However, this is the fog star field. Even the sages don't dare to wander around, so it is still impossible for the sages to come to this planet. In fact, the 5 elements Sky Dragon Demon's sealing great array hasn't been destroyed, which proves that the tricks arranged by the old master still exist and haven't been cracked by the other sages. Hearing this, Xia Ping nodded and immediately felt relieved. If the treasure of the Myriad Stars sect was taken by others first, then he would suffer a big loss. Let's go in. Xia Ping immediately said. The Myriad Stars also started and quickly entered the planet, landing on the ground. At the same time, in another place on the Five Elements planet, a group of people also arrived on this planet. On a boundless grassland, a huge space-time gate suddenly appeared in the sky above the grassland. It was filled with strong spatial fluctuations, and the world's essence energy within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles was completely devoured by this gate. Following that, this huge spatial gate flashed with light. One after another, figures flew out from this spatial gate. Their auras were extremely powerful. Some of them were Divine Realm cultivators, some were Treasure Refinement Realm cultivators, some were True Fire Realm cultivators, and there were even quite a number of Golden Core Realm cultivators. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Half an hour later, countless silhouettes came out from the time-space gate. There were at least 3,000 people, and they seemed to be from 3 different forces. They were naturally divided into 3 regions. Is this a planet inside the dense fog star zone? A Golden Core Realm cultivator spoke. His divine sense was tyrannical, and it scanned the surrounding tens of thousands of kilometers. It was as if he wanted to understand the environment here. That should be it. This place contains such dense 5 elements essence energy that it's almost solid. It's definitely a blessed land that's rarely seen since ancient times. Other than a universe secret zone like the dense fog galaxy, there's no other place that can produce it. This is great. I didn't expect that we would have the chance to step into the dense fog star zone. You should know that this star zone is full of dangers. Even sages can get lost and don't dare to enter easily. We actually managed to use the power of the gate of time and space to enter one of the planets in the dense fog star zone. Actually, it's all thanks to a Tribulation Realm elder of the Black Heaven sect. His lifespan was almost up, and he entered the dense fog galaxy with the mentality of certain death in order to find the opportunity to break through to the sage level. Although he didn't find the opportunity to become a sage, he still found this 5 elements planet. Before he died, he even used the Black Heaven everlasting disintegration technique and burned all his life force to communicate with the sages of the sect, sending the spatial coordinates here. In the end, the great elders of the Black Heaven sect joined forces with the sages and immediately built a spatial gate to invade the dense fog galaxy. Otherwise, we wouldn't have the chance to enter this place. Indeed. It's all thanks to the senior's good fortune. It's better to be careful. Although we used the spatial gate to teleport to the dense fog galaxy, there's a mysterious and tyrannical power in the galaxy that even sages can't interfere with. The power of the spatial gate is very unstable. It can only teleport Golden Elixir Realm cultivators here at most. Cultivators that are slightly stronger won't be able to be teleported here because the spatial gate can't withstand such power and will completely collapse. That's right. After all, this is the dense fog galaxy. Who knows what will happen here? Many disciples of the Black Heaven sect were very cautious. After all, this was the famous dense fog galaxy. It was a forbidden place in the universe that no one had been able to leave in countless years. They were only at the Golden Elixir realm. If they encountered a slightly stronger space beast, it would be able to easily kill them. They had no choice but to be cautious. There's no need to worry about that. A Golden Elixir elder of the Black Heaven sect said, "This planet has been explored by the elders of the Black Heaven sect. They sent back a lot of information. Although the 5 elemental spiritual chi is very dense and there are countless wild beasts living on this planet, the strongest ones are only at the Golden Elixir realm. They're no match for the Black Heaven sect. Moreover, the sages have personally deduced that there's a 5 elemental sky dragon demon sealing formation here that conceals the planet's aura. It won't be discovered by the space beasts outside the fog. It's a safe zone in the dense fog galaxy. There's no need to worry about being killed by the beasts outside the fog." He comforted his fellow disciples. "I've heard about this. It's said that our mission on this planet is to find the spirit talisman that controls this 5 elemental sky dragon demon's sealing formation. We'll take complete control of this formation and make it our own. Another golden elixir cultivator nodded. At the same time, we'll set up a space-time teleportation formation that connects to the headquarters of the Black Heaven sect. From now on, this place will belong to the Black Heaven sect as a training ground. It'll even become a stepping stone for the Black Heaven sect to explore the dense fog galaxy and obtain countless benefits. His eyes were burning with greed. Many disciples of the Black Heaven sect looked excited as well. After all, this was the dense fog galaxy. It was known as a forbidden place in the universe. Even sages did not dare to enter casually for fear of getting lost in the endless fog. It was said that this galaxy nurtured countless secret treasures that even sages would covet. Since ancient times, many forces had tried to enter the dense fog galaxy to explore, but they all failed and died without a burial. Chapter 1441. But why don't we take such a good place for ourselves? A disciple of the Shintian sect asked in confusion. Why did you invite Mingyue Court and Juntian Church, two great saint-level sects, to explore this planet together? Isn't this giving away benefits to others? He looked at the people from the other two forces with dissatisfaction. There were 3 forces going to the planet this time, namely the Shintian sect, Mingyue Court, and Juntian Church. Each sect had sent 1,000 disciples. How stupid! This is the Fog Star Zone, known as the impasse of the universe. Even sages don't dare to enter without permission. Although we were lucky enough to find a safe place to stay, we can't take it lightly. A golden core cultivator scolded. He was one of the leaders of the Shintian sect this time. His name was Hao Xingguang, a famous golden core perfected master of the Shintian sect. Because of the special environment of this planet, space beasts can't come in. However, this place is rich in 5-element spirit chi and hundreds of billions of terrifying ancient beasts live here. Even if the strongest of these beasts is only at the Golden Core realm, they can crush people if they come in large numbers. There may be some unknown dangers that haven't appeared yet. Yes, we are the first group to come in. Our purpose is to open up a path, explore, and build an eternal space-time gate so that the next disciples of the Shintian sect can come in and out at any time. The problem is that the first group to come in is very dangerous. No one knows what will happen. Naturally, we need to drag some people down with us. They can be used as cannon fodder at critical moments. He scolded this junior brother through telepathy. I see. Senior brother, you plan to use the disciples of Mingyue Court and Juntian Church as cannon fodder. I understand. The disciple of the Shintian sect suddenly understood. He also understood some of the thoughts of the sect. Of course, that's not the only goal of our sect. Hao Xingguang continued, after all, the Shintian sect is considered a righteous sect. Sharing this news will show our magnanimity. We can make friends with the other 2 sects and gain a lot of benefits. Most importantly, the Fog Star Zone is too dangerous. Occupying this planet is only the first step. The next step is to explore and occupy the entire Fog Star Zone. The benefits and risks involved are too great. Our mysterious heaven sect alone can't handle it. We need the help of the other 2 sections. Only then will we be foolproof. He revealed many of the plans of the Shintian sect. Alright, stop talking nonsense. At this moment, a man in green said, let's set off immediately and obtain the 5 elemental spirit talismans of this planet. We'll have complete control over the 5 elemental sky dragon demons sealing formation here. He was the leader of the Shintian sect this time, a perfected being at the Golden Core realm. His name was Ronghang and he was extremely powerful. His divine sense spread out and reached the depths of everyone's soul. Yes, Senior Rong. One by one, the Black Heaven sect disciples shouted. In the distance, many disciples of the Juntian religion also came out of the time gate and gathered together. This place is really rich in 5-element spiritual chi. If I cultivate here, I'm sure I'll get twice the result with half the effort. A disciple of the Juntian religious sect exclaimed. He thought that this was a blessed enclave. Except for the headquarters of the Juntian religious sect, there was basically no other place on the planet that could compare with it. Many disciples appeared here, and all of them felt that their bottlenecks seemed to have loosened a lot. and all of them were overjoyed. I didn't expect the Dark Heaven sect to actually find a way to enter the dense fog galaxy. What a lucky bastard. Another disciple of the Juntian religious sect lamented. As long as we control this planet and build a time gate, we can immediately use this place as a springboard to enter the dense fog galaxy. We'll be able to obtain endless benefits in this universe's secret realm. I heard that there are treasures in the dense fog galaxy that even sages are tempted by. I wonder what they are. I didn't expect the people of the Black Heaven sect to be so generous. They're actually willing to join forces with us to explore this dense fog galaxy. Generous my ass. I don't know what these people are thinking. They clearly think that this dense fog galaxy is extremely dangerous, and they want to use us as cannon fodder. But this is also an overt plot. After all, this is the dense fog galaxy, and there are great benefits here. Even if they want us to be cannon fodder, we can't refuse this invitation. It is indeed an overt plot. Those bastards are certain that we won't be willing to give up such benefits. But it's not that easy to trick us. No one is stupid. If they clearly want us to die, we won't be so stupid as to obediently go to our deaths. In any case, we need to be careful. These people from the Black Heaven sect aren't that good. Right? Should we cooperate with those women from Mingyue Court? They might be plotted against by the Black Heaven sect as well. Cooperate my ass. Those women from Mingyue Court might be lovers of the Black Heaven sect's disciples. If we cooperate with Mingyue Court, wouldn't that be asking a tiger for its skin? Don't be stupid. Tell our brothers to be careful. Don't fall into the Black Heaven sect's trap. Many disciples of the Great Sky sect discussed among themselves. They communicated with each other through their divine senses and did not let the Black Heaven sect and Mingyue Court know what they were planning. Although they were very vigilant, they still appeared to be on good terms with the disciples of the other two sects on the surface, as if they were brothers. After all, they would not reveal their true feelings before they shed all pretense of cordiality. The disciples of Mingyue Court were basically all female. Although not all of them were heavenly beauties, their beauty was below average. They were charming and had the temperament of an immortal. However, although these disciples of Mingyue Court were all female, they were no weaker than any male disciple when it came to actual combat. In fact, they were even more ferocious to a certain extent. The male disciples of the Black Heaven sect and the Great Sky sect glanced at the place from time to time with expressions of admiration. However, even though the disciples of Mingyue Court were all outstanding, there were two among them who stood out from the rest. Even Golden Elixir Realm cultivators could not overshadow their brilliance. One was as cold as ice and emitted a terrifying chill. She was like 1,000-year-old snow lotus on the heavenly mountain, beautiful and cold. The other was incomparably charming like 1,000-year-old fox. Her every move exuded a seductive aura. Any man who saw her could not help but fall in love with her and be at her beck and call. If Xia Ping was here, he would definitely be able to recognize these two women. They were Qiuxiu and Su Mei, who had joined Mingyue Court not long ago. The two of them had also arrived at 5 Elements Planet and joined the operation this time. Their cultivation had also improved by leaps and bounds compared to when they were in the Cloud World. They had advanced to the peak of the Divine Power Realm and were only a step away from advancing to the Treasure Refining Realm. Chapter 1442. Are these the disciples of Mingyue Court? They really are fairies. If I could marry a disciple of Mingyue Court, my life would not have been in vain. You wish. Everyone knows that the disciples of Mingyue Court are proud and arrogant. They look down on anyone who isn't a genius of the sect, let alone ordinary disciples like us. However, among this group of girls, the most beautiful one is none other than that Qiuxiu. She is simply like a fairy in the mortal world, otherworldly and breathtakingly beautiful. It is said that the number of disciples pursuing Qiuxiu can't even fit on a planet. She's also very talented. She just joined Mingyue Court 2 years ago, and now she's at the peak of the transcendent state. It's said that the great elder of Mingyue Court recognizes her, and she's about to be accepted as a disciple of a saint. She'll definitely be a holy maiden of Mingyue Court in the future. Qiuxiu is still too cold. She's as cold as ice. Su Mei is still better. She's charming, passionate, and has a hot body. She's simply a stunner. She's a good choice for a Tao companion. To be honest, I'd be willing to shorten my life by 1,000 years if I could sleep with her. Stop dreaming. Su Mei is not simple either. She's a genius on par with Qiushu, and has become the focus of Mingyue Court's training. It's said that Rong Hang, a golden core perfected master from Xiantian sect, is also pursuing her, but was rejected. That's right. We shouldn't dream about a holy maiden like her. Let's pursue other girls, at least we'll have a chance. Even if we can't get the best woman, we can at least be a little inferior. The disciples of the Xiantian sect and the Juntian sect were engaged in a heated discussion as they looked at the disciples of Mingyue Court. Each of them was judging the disciples of Mingyue Court and looking at their targets. It seemed that they wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to deepen their relationship. Naturally, many of the disciples of Mingyue Court heard this, and they all frowned. What a bunch of disgusting men. They can't talk about anything else when they get together. What do they mean by you can't get the best woman? We're fine with a little inferior. Who do you think we are? Unwanted defective goods? A disciple of Mingyue Court was very displeased. She looked at Qiushu and Su Mei with an unfriendly expression, thinking that this was all the fault of these two women. They're just two shameless vixens. I don't know why they're being pursued by so many people. Just because they cultivate a bit faster and know how to please the patriarch, they've become arrogant? It's disgusting. That's right. She's just a newbie who's only been in Mingyue Court for 2 years, and yet she's acting like the holy maiden of Mingyue Court. Who gave them the courage to do so? So many senior sisters haven't said anything yet, how could it be their turn? That's how thick-skinned people are. These two women are quite scheming. It's better to be careful. Such women might stab you in the back at any time. It's said that these two women are quite shameless. They rely on their beauty to hook up with men everywhere and even ask for cultivation resources from these men. God knows how many people they've deceived. So that's how it is. I was wondering how these two country bumpkins with no background and no taste could cultivate so quickly. It turns out that they relied on selling their bodies to seduce men. Hee, you can't say that. This is his physical advantage after all. Although it's a little underhanded, it's still a good move. How can someone like this become the holy maiden of Mingyue Court? She's more like a prostitute. Many female disciples of Mingyue Court sneered. They looked at Qiushu and Su Mei with disdain. They didn't even use their divine consciousness to speak directly. They made it clear that these words were spoken for Qiushu and Su Mei to hear. Their words were full of hostility. Where there are people, there's society. Su Mei chuckled. I thought these aliens would be more broad-minded, but I didn't expect them to be such despicable people. They maliciously slander people behind their backs. They're no different from the natives. She was very calm and didn't care at all. She had experienced this kind of thing countless times when she was in the cloud realm. Some gossip couldn't hurt her at all. Instead, it made her feel like she was watching a bunch of clowns. They're just some boring people. Don't worry about them. Just do our job. Qiushu said indifferently. A trace of coldness emanated from her body. She didn't care about anything else. She quietly stayed where she was and cultivated. In fact, she knew this kind of thing very well. When they first entered Mingyue Court, they weren't targeted by so many people. However, as the two of them displayed their talents and made rapid progress, they attracted the attention of many elders in the sect. A great ancestor of Mingyue Court even said that if they could complete the mission to explore the dense fog star zone and come back alive, she would accept them as her disciples. As soon as these words came out, countless disciples were in an uproar. They were full of envy and jealousy. After all, there was a limit to the number of disciples a saint could have. If she accepted these two as disciples, the others wouldn't have a chance. This was simply blocking the path of others. Therefore, many people in Mingyue Court began to target the two of them. Many rumors appeared, trying to isolate the two of them. If Qiushu and Su Mei had a powerful background and a large family backing them, perhaps the disciples of Mingyue Court wouldn't dare to go too far. The problem was that the two of them were natives with no background at all. They immediately became easy targets. After all, even if they were bullied, they wouldn't suffer any retaliation. Although they were brought back by an elder of Mingyue court, that was all there was to it. They were neither relatives nor friends. It was impossible for the elder to help the two of them with all his strength. Therefore, it was only natural that they would be targeted. You can't say that. The tree wants peace, but the wind won't stop. Su Mei narrowed her eyes. I've received some news that some people in Mingyue court don't want us to come back alive. Be careful, they might do something behind our backs. There's such a thing? Where did you get this news? Qiushu asked curiously. Well, they have their own ways. Many little cuties will automatically report this information. Su Mei giggled and put on an innocent look. She had definitely threatened a lot of people. Qiushu was speechless. She knew Su Mei's character very well. She would do anything to achieve her goals. She also liked to threaten others with their weaknesses. She was extremely sinister. She guessed that many disciples of Mingyue court had fallen victim to Su Mei's evil schemes during this time. Perhaps these rumors and slanders were partly due to Su Mei. Forget it. Anyway, we just have to be careful this time. No matter how arrogant these people are, they won't dare to do anything to us and break the rules, Qiushu said in a low voice. If that's the case, then that's for the best. Su Mei's beautiful eyes revealed a trace of coldness. She seemed to have inadvertently seen some malicious gazes. Chapter 1443. The stars landed on a flat ground, and Xia Ping walked out of the spaceship. This is the 5 Elements planet. It's really rich in 5 elements spiritual qi. It's indeed a blessed place. Xia Ping could sense the richness of the spiritual qi on this planet. It was extraordinary. It was impossible for an ordinary planet to have such rich spiritual qi. It was purely because this planet was a Gaia that could automatically absorb the cosmic energy in the depths of the void to nourish its body. This resulted in the extraordinary richness of the spiritual qi on this planet. Moreover, this was just a young Gaia. If it was a saint-level Gaia, its richness of spiritual qi would be something even a planet like Qiankuan planet could not compare to. The living beings living on Gaia planet were all extremely powerful and had astonishing bloodlines. Xia Ping's eyes lit up. His divine senses sensed that the surrounding environment was different from an ordinary planet. It was full of vitality. It seemed like every mountain, every rock, every plant, and even every speck of dust had signs of life and the aura of a soul. He knew that these dead things did not have souls. It was purely Gaia's consciousness. It covered every corner of this planet like a god, having absolute control over every place. If this Gaia's consciousness was not sealed by the 5 elements dragon-demon sealing formation, it could probably activate the entire planet's energy with a single thought and blast him into dust. Unbelievable. Xia Ping felt that the golden crow of hell bloodline in his body seemed to throb. It faintly resonated with this planet as if it was one with it. He suddenly recalled that the golden crow of hell was also a sun, a star. It was actually a different kind of Gaia. Perhaps he had the same bloodline as the Gaia race. However, the golden crow of hell slowly evolved from a divine bird to a supreme existence, while Gaia was born as a planet. Although their starting points were different, they reached the same goal through different means. Buzz, it was as if a great life in the depths of this planet had also sensed Xia Ping's aura. It gradually woke up, and waves of incredible waves appeared in the void. However, before it could do anything, one formation after another suppressed it. Countless order chains appeared, instantly suppressing it and causing it to fall into a deep sleep. Gaia is awake? Xia Ping was shocked. At the same time, he also sensed an unfathomable spiritual sense force sweeping over, affecting the entire planet. Apart from Gaia, no one else could possess such a spiritual sense force. This Gaia must belong to me. Thinking of this, he clenched his fists, and his eyes revealed a hint of a fiery glow. If he could get a Gaia as a companion, it would be an unparalleled help. Corinne, where is the 5 Elements Temple? Xia Ping immediately asked. He wanted to find the 5 Elements Spirit Talisman as soon as possible and quickly control the 5 Elements Heavenly Dragon Sealing Great Formation. 800 miles ahead, there is a metal elemental temple. There is a metal elemental talisman inside. Immortal Cat said. The reason why it docked the myriad stars at this place was because there was a 5 elements temple nearby. However, you have to be careful. Every 5 elements temple contains rich 5 elements spiritual chi. This kind of spiritual chi will attract powerful savage beasts and become their nest. If you want to get close to that temple and get the metal elemental talisman, you have to cross the protection of these savage beasts. Otherwise, you won't be able to get the metal elemental talisman. It reminded Xia Ping that there was a certain degree of danger. Okay, got it. Xia Ping nodded and was about to set off, but before he could move, swoosh, swoosh, immediately, dozens of figures flew over from a distance, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived in front of Xia Ping. These figures had powerful auras, and they were at least at the divine power realm. The strongest among them had reached the early golden core realm. They exuded an aura like the scorching sun from head to toe. They were high and mighty, invincible, and could not be ignored. It was just that these people were dressed strangely. All of them wore animal skins and were barefoot, like primitive people. Lost people. Xia Ping narrowed his eyes and stared at these uninvited guests in front of him. He had obtained a lot of information from the lost battleship and knew that there were many lost people living on this planet. However, this did not mean that these lost people were good people. In fact, in a place like the dense fog star field where danger lurked everywhere and ferocious savage beasts were everywhere, good people could not survive. In order to survive and for food, there were many people who would stab others in the back. Even in such a special environment, the lost people had reverted to slavery. The strong had everything, and the weak could only become slaves, living a life worse than death. In fact, there were also some lost people who could not stand such a life, so they risked their lives to leave the 5 elements planet, hoping to find a way to leave the dense fog star field. Young man. A middle-aged man with a scar on his face said, "If I'm not wrong, you should be a newbie who accidentally entered the dense fog star field and got lucky to come to this planet." "Oh, so what if I am?" Xia Ping raised his eyebrows and looked at the scarred man. This man was at the early golden core realm, and he was probably the leader of this group of lost people. He was powerful and the person who posed the greatest threat to Xia Ping. There was a difference of 1 level between the true fire realm and the golden core realm. The true fire realm was just a process of condensing the spirit fire to advance to the golden core realm. Compared to the golden core realm, it was like heaven and earth. In order to step into the golden core realm, one had to integrate all the divine power arrays in one's body and smelt them into a golden core. Once the golden core was condensed, all the divine power would be condensed and terrifying power could be exerted. Every move would have the power to shake the stars. Even in a saint-level sect, golden core realm cultivators were considered experts and could become elders. Moreover, golden core realm cultivators could self-destruct their golden core, producing a power that was more terrifying than a nuclear bomb. Even cultivators who were a level stronger than the golden core realm would not dare to fight against such power easily. Therefore, condensing the golden core was considered to have a little bit of power to survive in the universe. Ordinary people would not dare to provoke them easily. After all, the power that a golden core realm cultivator could release when he went all out was rather terrifying. I believe you know that this is the dense fog star field. Once you enter this place, it's impossible to leave. The scarred middle-aged man looked at Xia Ping. Moreover, this place is full of danger. There are wild beasts living everywhere. If you're alone, you'll become the wild beast's food within 3 days. As long as you're willing to join our tribe, I can provide you with a certain degree of protection so that you can survive in this world. What do you think? Chapter 1444. Join your tribe? Xia Ping raised his eyebrows and looked at them calmly. No need. I'm fine on my own. I don't need to join other forces. I appreciate your kindness. He immediately rejected their invitation. He was here to collect the 5 elements spiritual talismans, not to join a tribe. He had no time to waste here. What? Everyone present was shocked. They did not expect that Xia Ping would choose to reject their invitation. After all, this was the dense fog star field. where danger lurked everywhere. If a person walked alone, it would not be long before they were killed by wild beasts. Only by staying in a group would he have a chance of survival. Young man, perhaps you still don't understand the dangers of this place. Although this is only a primitive planet, there are countless wild beasts living here. Each of them is extremely powerful. If you encounter these wild beasts, you will definitely die. The scar-faced middle-aged man frowned and wanted to continue to dissuade him. Thank you for your invitation. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Xia Ping could not be bothered to continue talking to this group of people. He wanted to leave immediately. Stop! A man in black animal hide stood out and sneered, refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Chief, I told you that these newcomers don't know the rules. They won't repent until they see the coffin. If you give him some face, he really thinks he's the king. Teach him a lesson and demote him to a slave. Why bother talking nonsense with him? He exuded a cold aura and held a spear in his hand. His entire body was like a javelin, containing an aura that could pierce through the sky. It was extremely terrifying. His cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the true fire realm. His martial arts cultivation was second only to the man with the scar. He was just one step away from the golden elixir realm. What do you mean? Xia Ping raised his eyebrows and looked at the man in black animal hide. What do I mean? Do you really need me to say it clearly? The man in black animal hide sneered. This is the Fog Star Field, the 5 elements planet, a lawless zone. All the rules of human society don't apply here. I don't care how great you are in the outside world or how powerful your background is, but in the dense Fog Star Field, you have to lie low even if you're a dragon. If you're obedient, then you'll have a chance to live. If you dare to resist stubbornly and recklessly, then even if I kill you here, I guarantee that no one will dare to say anything. Do you understand? He looked at Xia Ping with disdain, as if he was looking at a prey, high and mighty. That's right. Leader is kind, but I'm different. My methods are cruel and I kill people like flies. Another man wearing a brightly colored beast skin also stood out, revealing a cold smile like a poisonous snake. It's not up to you now. Even if you don't want to join, you have to, or else you will die. His aura was also very strong, reaching the pinnacle of the true fire realm. His strength was not inferior to the man in black hide. Alright, don't scare the newbie. The man with the knife scar waved his hand, looking like a peacemaker, but it's indeed as they said. This place is lawless and has no rules. The strong are respected, and those without strength can only be slaves. Our tribe is still relatively kind, and we won't reduce people to slaves. But if you don't join our tribe, then you'll be our enemy, and we'll have to fight. Of course, if you really don't want to join, you can live as long as you leave the spaceship next to you and all the treasures on you. He looked greedily at the huge spaceship next to Xia Ping, and finally revealed his true intentions. In the dense Fog Star Field, every spaceship that could travel was a peerless treasure, and countless people fought for it. After all, this star field did not have an industrial system that could manufacture spaceships. Usually, once a spaceship was damaged, it would be gone forever. Not to mention, a new spaceship represented all kinds of foreign resources, which were all treasures in the dense Fog Star Field. Therefore, when they saw a spaceship descending from outer space, they were shocked. It was a rare encounter. A tribe's warriors immediately rushed over, wanting to snatch the spaceship. In fact, they did not care whether Xia Ping joined them or not. Xia Ping could leave, but the spaceship had to be left behind. You want my spaceship? If I don't give it to you, are you going to kill me? Xia Ping squinted his eyes. No. I don't plan to kill you. Killing is the most despicable method. I'm a very magnanimous person. If you join us now, you'll get an important position in the tribe, and I guarantee that you'll get great benefits. The man with the knife scar had wanted to kill Xia Ping, but he sensed that even in such a situation, this kid was still fearless. If it was an ordinary person, they would have peed their pants and begged for mercy. This situation was very unusual. If this kid was not an idiot and could not understand the situation, then he had something to rely on. A true Fire Realm cultivator actually had the confidence to go against him, a Golden Elixir Realm cultivator, and even had a large group of elite subordinates. No matter how he thought about it, this kid was not simple, and he might have a trump card. He was an extremely cautious person and would not make a move unless he was confident. Otherwise, he would not have survived for so long in this world that was full of danger. The truly impulsive idiots had long died, becoming the feces of those beasts. Important position? How important is it? Can you be the leader? Xia Ping immediately laughed. How dare you? The man in the black animal hide roared with a murderous aura. Newbie, you really don't know what's good for you. Our tribe did not kill you for your treasures, and even allowed you to join the tribe alive. That's already a great favor. How dare you say such words? Boasting shamelessly, you still want to be the leader of our tribe. What a joke. Do you believe that we can kill you now, snatch away the spaceship beside you, and rob you of all your treasures? Do you think you can stop us? You better have some self-awareness. He was fuming with anger. This newbie was too arrogant, the kind that had no boundaries. He actually dared to say that he wanted to be the leader. Did he know what that meant? The others also looked at Xia Ping with unfriendly expressions. They felt that this kid did not know how to appreciate favors. It was already a great favor to let him live, and he actually wanted a mile after being given an inch. Kill me? Try if you can. Xia Ping stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the group of people indifferently, unmoved. Sure, I'll try. Then go to hell. I've long disliked you. In an instant, the man in the black animal hide immediately attacked, thrusting the spear in his hand towards Xia Ping. Chapter 1445. Xia Ping raised his eyebrows. The ability of this man in black animal skin was not simple. He was stronger than any true fire realm cultivator he had seen before. Every move had been tempered thousands of times. His mana was dense and his combat power was shocking. However, this was also a very normal thing. These lost people lived in the Fog Galaxy and stayed on the Five Elements planet. Danger lurked everywhere and terrifying beasts lurked everywhere. Every day was a life and death crisis. If they were not careful, they would be eaten by the beasts and turned into feces. There were even competitions for survival between people of the same race, killing, betrayal, backstabbing, fighting for territory, resources, and treasures. These were common occurrences. In such a harsh environment, they honed their skills. At the same level, their combat power was not something the disciples of the big sects could compare to. Therefore, the opponent's first move was a killing move. It contained endless murderous intent and was ready to kill. Die. The man in the black animal skin looked ferocious. He looked at Xia Ping as if he was looking at an ant. He had trained on this planet for decades and experienced countless life and death situations. He had killed a large number of beasts and learned a lot. His combat power was so strong that it was unbelievable. How could a newbie in the early stages of the true fire realm be his match? The spear stabbed forward. It was as if it could pierce through the heavens and earth. The airflow swept across thousands of miles and was indestructible. But even so, such strength was too weak for Xia Ping, who had advanced to the early stages of the true fire realm. In the face of absolute power and overwhelming magic power, any action would be a joke. It was like an ant that had reached the transforming strength stage. No matter how much it evolved, it could not defeat an elephant. This was the difference between races and strength. Xia Ping stood in the same spot and did not move. He stretched out a finger and suddenly a ball of mana surged out of his body. In an instant, a whirlpool appeared on his finger. In the center of the whirlpool, talismans appeared. Like a black hole, they spun rapidly and produced a terrifying devouring power. The power of the whirlpool blocked in front of the man in the black animal skin. Instantly, the spear was locked in place, and all of its power turned into nothingness, as if it had been devoured by a black vortex. No matter how hard the black-furred man tried, he was unable to move even half a step forward. Even the ground he was standing on received a strong impact, instantly creating a huge crater, producing a destructive force that turned the surrounding rocks into powder. Some of the weaker people were directly sent flying, coughing up blood in midair. How is this possible? The man in black hide was shocked as he looked at Xia Ping in disbelief. Even a golden elixir realm cultivator would not dare to say that he could receive the attack so easily. But this kid had just used a single finger to turn his spear strike into nothingness. This was too exaggerated. He felt as if this finger wasn't a finger, but rather an enormous pillar that could support the heavens. It was a mountain, a divine elephant, and an archaic deity. It was incomparably majestic and full of pressure. Not good, stop. The scarred man shouted. He could sense a fatal killing intent coming from Xia Ping. It was like a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, creating many strange phenomena that could cause one's soul to hallucinate. He wanted to stop it, but it was already too late. Xia Ping punched out with his left hand. This punch contained the power of thunder, and countless lightning runes gathered on his fist. It was incomparably fast, and its trajectory was like a wriggling bolt of lightning. The man's pupils constricted. He wanted to dodge, but this punch was just too fast, and he was only a few meters away from Xia Ping. With such a fast speed and such a short distance, how could he block it? Bang! He didn't even have time to scream. The punch arrived, and his body instantly exploded, turning into a bloody mist. With a crashing sound, the ground was dyed red. The punch even traveled for dozens of miles, and half of a mountain that was hundreds of meters tall in the distance was instantly blown away. Along the way, there was a terrifying crack that stretched for dozens of miles. There was lightning in the air, and there was a burning smell from the friction of the punch. Suwu. Seeing that Suwu had been blown up by Xia Ping, the group of lost people stared at Xia Ping as if they wanted to kill him. They were like a group of beasts, and it was very frightening. Bastard, how dare you kill my men? You're courting death. The scarred man was furious. This kid was simply too arrogant. He actually dared to kill his men in front of him, the leader, a dignified perfected golden elixir realm. Did he really think that he was a paper tiger that didn't dare to kill? Even though he was worried that this kid might have some trump cards, it didn't matter now. He didn't believe that he, a dignified perfected golden elixir realm, couldn't kill a true fire realm cultivator. No matter what trump cards this brat had, or what powerful means he had to die today. In an instant he immediately pulled out a treasure saber. It was a middle-grade spiritual weapon, demonic saber firmament. Suddenly, the appearance of this demonic saber was like the appearance of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Blood was everywhere, and there were many ghostly shadows. It was unknown how much resentment, hostility, and demonic aura had accumulated. Without a doubt, this was a demonic weapon. It was unknown how many people's blood was used to forge this magical weapon. This scarred man was undoubtedly a peerless demon, the kind that killed people like flies. Otherwise, he wouldn't have used such a demonic weapon, and it wouldn't be so compatible. Fortunately, he didn't agree to join his tribe. Otherwise, he would also be killed by this demon using all kinds of tricks. He might even become a dead soul under his saber, never to be reincarnated. Die! The scar-faced man slashed out with his saber, and a blood-colored saber chi blasted out from midair. This saber chi seemed to be formed by many blood-colored talismans, and each blood-colored talisman was like a skull. This saber aura contained endless resentment, hostility, and demonic aura. Once it hit the enemy, not only could it corrode their spiritual power, but it could also corrode their soul, causing them to fall into an endless purgatory. Bell of Chaos. Xia Ping immediately activated the Bell of Chaos. It immediately appeared above Xia Ping's head, and immediately activated a wave of energy. In an instant, it formed densely packed talismans, like a 5-colored light screen, instantly blocking his body. Bang! This blood-colored saber aura blasted down and hit the 5-colored light screen. Clanging sounds were heard, and dazzling sparks were produced. It produced an extremely strong impact, causing Xia Ping to retreat continuously. He slid across the ground for a few miles, forcibly creating a terrifying crack. Only then did he withstand it. However, even though the impact was very shocking, it couldn't break through the defense of the Bell of Chaos. Impossible, it can actually block my demonic saber firmament. Chapter 1446. That's all you got? Didn't you eat? You're too weak. Xia Ping looked at the scarred man calmly. What? Hearing this, the scarred man was so angry that his lungs almost exploded. Even though he knew that Lin Fan was provoking him on purpose, he could not suppress his anger at all. As a perfected golden core, his martial arts realm was one level higher than his opponent's. In his eyes, Lin Fan was just an ant that he could kill with a wave of his hand. However, such an ant dared to look down on him, mock him, and say that he didn't eat. No matter how magnanimous he was, he could not tolerate such humiliation. Too weak? I'll show you what a real perfected golden core is. The scarred man roared. He bit his tongue and spat a mouthful of blood on the blood firmament. Immediately, the blood firmament shone brightly and a heaven and earth formation appeared in midair. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In an instant, a large amount of blood-colored aura was emitted from the blood firmament. It quickly turned into blood-colored clouds that covered the sky within a radius of hundreds of kilometers. Blood Rain Celestial Slaughtering Painting. The knife-scarred man immediately activated his most powerful divine ability. Vaguely, a huge blood-colored terrifying picture appeared in the clouds in the sky. Deep within the clouds, there seemed to be countless demons roaring crazily. It contained the aura of blood, cruelty, madness, massacre, hell, and so on. It was like a painting of purgatory. Just looking at the painting seemed to make one's heart palpitate and have nightmares. Oh no, the leader is mad. Let's retreat or we'll be affected. Seeing this, the other lost people were scared to death. They knew how terrifying their leader was when he was mad. He could not differentiate between friend and foe. Anyone who dared to go near him would die. Moreover, this martial arts magic was so powerful that even the aftermath could kill them dozens of times. Whoosh, the moment the painting was formed, heavy rain fell from the blood-colored clouds. However, this was not an ordinary rain. It was blood-colored raindrops. Every raindrop seemed to contain a terrifying aura. Like blood-colored sword aura, they attacked downwards at a speed that was several times faster than the speed of sound. Moreover, there were tens of thousands of raindrops in the sky, covering a radius of tens of kilometers. At the same time, the blood-colored raindrops interweaved and collided with each other. Clanging sounds rang out and dazzling sparks burst out. It was as if countless swords were clashing in the sky. Bang, bang, bang. A drop of blood-colored rain landed on a towering tree, instantly piercing through it. Following this, a strand of blood-colored smoke rose, and at the same time, a large hole appeared, as if it had been corroded by acid. After a while, the tree seemed to have lost all of its life force. It rapidly withered and turned into dust, dissipating from the world just like that. A drop of rain fell on a rock that was half the height of a person. Immediately, the rock was corroded and quickly turned into a pile of blood-colored mud, as if it had completely melted. A drop of blood-colored rain landed on the ground, immediately blasting open a several meters wide crater. Even the soil was corroded, turning it into a blood-colored swamp or a blood-colored quagmire. In just a single breath, the area within 100 miles was riddled with holes. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. Seeing this scene, even an idiot would know that these raindrops were extremely terrifying. Not only did they contain the attack power of saber chi, but they also contained the corrosive power of demonic chi. As long as one came into contact with a little bit of it, they would be completely corroded. Those lost people were extremely afraid. Not long ago, the man with the knife scar had fought with an enemy and used this move. As a result, the area within a few hundred miles had turned into a ghostly land, and all the enemies had been killed and turned into meat paste. This was a move that killed indiscriminately, and its power was terrifying. What an evil power, but unfortunately, it is useless against me. Xia Ping did not dodge. He stood where he was and punched the void. Martial arts magical power, Yang God Fist. Endless flames surged out of his body, as if his whole body had turned into a ball of flames. Immediately, a heaven and earth formation appeared around his fist, gathering the countless flames together. In the depths of the void, there seemed to be a flame god awakening. The earth trembled, and it contained the terrifying power to destroy all evil and purify all impurities in the world. Bang, bang, bang. When this punch was thrown, it created a vacuum state, and the air within a few kilometers was repelled. The power of the punch was shocking, and it suddenly blasted a big hole in the sky, piercing through the clouds. At the same time, the power of the flame burned in the sky. In the sky, countless drops of blood-colored rain came into contact with this kind of extraordinary fire, and they were burned completely in an instant, turning into green smoke. Immediately, in mid-air, the bloody rain slaughtering deities painting was blasted into a big hole, and the fist penetrated the void. The man with the knife scar did not expect Xia Ping's martial arts magical power to be so strong, and the power of the extraordinary fire on his body could also suppress the demonic aura on his body. The blood-colored corrosive air was useless, and it was burned to ashes, completely purified. Because the power of this punch was extremely terrifying, like a punch from the flame god, it instantly pierced through the bloody rain slaughtering deity's painting and directly injured the demonic device Firmament Blood, causing it to let out a sad cry. Even he suffered from the backlash, and the terrifying power penetrated into his internal organs, causing his whole body to fly out, and he coughed up blood in midair. In the sky, the blood-colored cloud was also blasted into pieces and completely dissipated. Damn it, he actually mastered the power of the extraordinary fire. No wonder he was not afraid of my blood chi and could easily break through it. The man with the knife scar revealed a ferocious look. He finally knew why he felt a trace of fear from this kid, as if he had met his natural enemy. It turned out that it was all because of the power of the extraordinary fire on his body. But even so, you will not escape death today. You have no idea how big the gap between the true fire realm and the golden elixir realm is. No matter how much you struggle, it will be of no use. He roared, channeled his mana, and wanted to slash down again. Is that so? It's a pity that you will die today. With a swoosh, Xia Ping's body flashed, and a pair of hell crow wings grew on his back. He flapped his wings and flew high. His speed was extremely fast, and he was silent. Like the trajectory of the sky, he appeared in front of the man with the knife scar in an instant. He channeled his mana, and with a tremble and an explosion he punched out again. This punch contained all the mana in his body, as if he was holding the heaven and earth in his fist. The chi of vitality within a radius of 100 miles gathered in this one place, and this was a punch that affected the power of heaven and earth. What? The man with the knife scar's hair stood up, and he felt a fatal danger. Even though he was a golden elixir realm sage, if he was hit by this punch, he would die. Chapter 1447. Golden Core. But at this critical moment of life and death, the knife scar man angrily shouted, and from the depths of his body, a glass bead-sized golden core immediately emerged, blossoming with radiance, just like the sun. This golden core was incomparably mysterious, containing one heaven and earth array after another, and there were countless magical talismans intertwined in the depths of its body, constantly rotating. Boom! This golden core fiercely collided with Xia Ping's fist, just like a comet hitting the earth, producing an explosive sound, and a terrifying energy spread out in all directions, shaking the earth and cracking it. In the distance, one hill after another collapsed, raising the land within a radius of 100 miles. Originally, this fist was invincible, containing the power of a divine beast, and could easily destroy a mountain with one punch. But this golden core was unscathed after colliding with the fist. It seemed that all the power was resisted by the golden core's radiance, unable to injure the golden core in the slightest. It was inconceivably hard. He reckoned that even a low-grade spirit tool defensive magic weapon would be no better than this. It can actually withstand my full-strength punch? What is this thing? Xia Ping was also a little surprised. He felt that this round thing seemed very weak, only the size of a glass bead, but it was unimaginably hard. Even if he used all his strength, he could not injure this thing in the slightest. This is a golden core. Corinne was also aware of Xia Ping's doubts and immediately transmitted his divine sense. It is condensed from countless magical talismans, and after being tempered by spiritual fire, it finally gave birth to the crystallization of magic power. Don't look at a golden core as only the size of a glass bead. It contains supreme power, and ordinary power cannot destroy it. It is equivalent to a Buddhist monk's saraira, which is equivalent to a tyrannical magic weapon. Some Taoists of Golden Core realm even use the golden core in their body as a weapon. When they encounter an enemy, they directly control the golden core to smash it, instantly turning the enemy into powder. Bang bang bang. The moment Corinne spoke, Xia Ping attacked again and again. His fists were like thunder, and each punch had the tremendous power to shatter a mountain. But the knife scar man moved his heart, manipulating the golden core to constantly resist Xia Ping's astonishing fists, instantly turning the tyrannical power into an invisible state. No matter how Xia Ping attacked, he could not harm the scarred man in the slightest. It's useless. My golden elixir isn't something a true fire realm cultivator like you can destroy. No matter how strong you are, you can only suffer. The scarred man was proud of himself. He had exchanged dozens of punches with Xia Ping, but he was still relaxed. Moreover, he did not mind continuing to exchange punches with Xia Ping. After all, in terms of dermic powers alone, Golden Elixir Realm cultivators were still far superior to true Fire Realm cultivators. If they really fought for 3 days and 3 nights, this kid would definitely die of exhaustion. Cultivators without magic power were no different from salted fish. They could only be slaughtered by others. Therefore, he was now confident of his victory. Can't be destroyed? You are too confident. There is nothing in this world that cannot be destroyed. Xia Ping sneered. He operated the pure young immortal art. The spiritual fire in his body immediately ignited. This was the first time he used the spiritual fire since he entered the true fire realm. The blood and magic in his body started to burn like gasoline. A terrifying, explosive power surged out from the depths of his body. Boom! In an instant, Xia Ping's golden crow of hell bloodline exploded. All the blood in his body turned into flames, and his entire body was like a flaming giant, burning with deviant fire. Behind his body, there seemed to be the shadow of a golden crow of hell. It was an indescribable existence, high above, like a supreme god. Burning his magic increased his attack power by more than 10 times. Golden Crow of Hell Claw. Xia Ping extended his claw. It looked slow, but it was extremely fast. It was like the claw of an ancient divine bird that reached out from the void. It was earth-shattering, as if the claw could grab the entire universe in its hand. What? The scarred man was terrified. He could feel that the claw was extremely terrifying. It contained a strong power of magic, destructive power, and it had completely locked on to his chi. No matter how he dodged, the claw grabbed him. He was like the Monkey King under the palm of Buddha. Before the scarred man could think of a way to deal with it, the claw landed on his golden elixir. A terrifying power exploded, as if tens of thousands of ancient elephants were trampling on the earth and tearing the sky apart. No! The scarred man screamed. His golden elixir, which was originally extremely hard and harder than diamonds, was now cracked by this powerful force. The golden elixir was an object that was connected to his life. It was a crystallization of his essence, chi, and spirit. If there was a crack, it was equivalent to tearing his soul apart. Therefore, this attack immediately caused him to be severely injured. He felt the pain of his soul being torn apart, as if thousands of evil spirits were devouring and tearing his soul apart. This kind of pain was extremely terrifying. Even the 10 great tortures of the Qing dynasty could not compare to this. With a puff, he coughed up blood on the spot, and his face turned pale. Damn bastard, animal, how dare you destroy my golden elixir and destroy my cultivation? I will not forgive you, I will not forgive you. The scarred man went crazy and was unable to restrain his anger. The golden elixir was his most important object, and he could not afford to lose it. Once there was a crack, it would mean that his Tao foundation was damaged, and it would be even more difficult for him to improve in the future. It could be said that this attack of Xia Ping had simply cut off his path to continue improving. This was equivalent to killing his parents, and they could not live under the same sky. I don't need you to forgive me. You will die today. Xia Ping dashed forward and clawed out from the depths of the void. This was an eternal claw that shook the heaven and earth. The surrounding flames were burning hot, emitting an eternal light. Bang! This claw slapped the scarred man's body fiercely, as if he was slapping a rubber ball. He was slapped down from the sky and instantly smashed into the ground, creating a crater with a diameter of more than 10 kilometers. The earth trembled. His golden elixir also suffered a strong impact, and there were 5 or 6 cracks that covered the entire golden elixir. It was as if it was about to collapse, and the pain was so intense that he wanted to die. At the same time, the terrifying power of the flames seeped into his internal organs, burning them completely and messing up the circulation of his spiritual power. It was as if he had become a living person, and even his blood began to burn. It was a tragic sight. You want to kill me? Impossible, I am a dignified golden elixir. How can I be killed by an ant like you? Even if I die, I will drag you down with me. Let's die together. The scarred man's face revealed a crazed expression. He used the spell, and more cracks appeared on the golden elixir on his body. They were densely packed like a spider web. Chapter 1448. Not good, Xia Ping, he's going to self-destruct his golden core, hurry up and stop him. Corinne's expression changed, and he immediately knew what the scarred man wanted to do. This was a unique method of a golden core perfected master, and also the last desperate method, golden core self-destruction. Once the golden core exploded, the power was infinite, even more terrifying than a nuclear bomb. Several super cities would be destroyed, and even the returning nature realm cultivators would be seriously injured by the explosion. If they were not careful, they would also be blown to death. This was also one of the reasons why Golden Core realm cultivators could run amok in the universe. No one was willing to provoke a lunatic who could self-destruct at any time and perish together with the enemy. If Xia Ping was at the center of the self-destruction of the Golden Core and was affected, he would also be blown to death instantly. There was no reason for him to survive. It's over, the leader has gone completely crazy. He actually self-destructed his golden core. Does he want to kill us too? Run quickly. The power of the self-destruction of the golden core is too terrifying. We must run far away, otherwise we will die for sure. Many lost people were terrified. They did not expect this newcomer to be so powerful, forcing a golden core perfected master to a desperate situation to the extent of self-destructing his golden core. One by one, they fled in all directions in fear, wishing their parents could give them more legs. If they did not run far away now, when the golden core self-destructed, they would die for sure. After all, the power of the self-destruction of the golden core did not discriminate between friend and foe. Touching it would mean death. Ha! Xia Ping's expression was solemn. He could also sense the terrifying destructive power contained in the scarred man's golden core, which was even more terrifying than a nuclear fission explosion, and he could not stop it at all. The only thing he could do now was to hide in the space of the mountain and river pearl and avoid this explosion. Master, there is no need to hide. Suddenly, the Azure Ox's voice came. Recently, the mountain and river pearl has recovered a part of its power, and it can burst out a part of the power of the mountain and river state painting. Once it is projected, within the range of the mountain and river state painting, even a golden core cannot self-destruct. This kid will die for sure, there is no need to worry. Hearing this, Xia Ping raised his eyebrows. There is such a thing? Then what are you waiting for? Immediately suppress this guy. Yes, master. As soon as he finished speaking, the bead of mountains and rivers immediately flew out and projected a huge picture in the void. There were countless mountains, countless rivers, ravines, valleys, plains, deserts, seas, and so on. It was as if a huge world had appeared, all-encompassing and boundless. What is that? The scarred man was taken aback. He was still thinking about what Xia Ping wanted to do, but before he could come up with any ideas, the scroll shrouded everything within 1,000 miles. This scroll was like a domain, instantly enveloping the entire area. In that instant, the entire world seemed to be in a state of stillness. All Yuan Qi, All fluctuations of life stopped, unable to move at all. Even the process of the self-destruction of the Jindan seemed to have stopped. Everyone stopped where they were. Xia Ping could see the shocked expressions of this group of lost people, as well as their escaping movements. The knife-scarred man was the same. His eyes were wide open and he couldn't move. Even his thoughts had stopped. He didn't know what was happening. Under this domain he couldn't do anything. The only one who could move was the owner of the bead of mountains and rivers, Xia Ping. Master, quickly attack because the power of the bead of mountains and rivers hasn't recovered yet. The power of this projection can only last for 2 seconds, the green ox immediately said, reminding Xia Ping that this power couldn't last for too long. It's completely enough. Xia Ping sneered. Let alone 2 seconds, even if it was only 1 second, it was enough for him to kill the scarred man dozens of times. As soon as he finished speaking, Xia Ping moved forward and slapped out with his palm. It was like a palm that covered the sky, suppressing the world. Bang! The scarred man didn't know what had happened. His body was immediately squashed like tofu, turning into a ball of fragments that shattered inch by inch and disappeared from this world. Because of the scarred man's death, the Jindan also lost its connection with his soul. The process of self-destruction was stopped. It was like directing a computer program to reformat, losing the power to self-destruct. Boom! At this moment, the power of the map of mountains and rivers disappeared immediately. The bead of mountains and rivers returned to Xia Ping's body. At this moment, the flow of heaven and earth returned to normal, and everyone could move again. However, when these lost people regained consciousness, they realized that their leader had been smashed into a bloody mist. Even the Jindan's self-destruction had stopped. What's going on? Where's the leader? Wasn't he going to self-destruct his Jindan? The leader has already turned into a bloody mist. He was smashed to death by that kid, and the Jindan's self-destruction was stopped. Are you kidding me? I've never heard of a Jindan's self-destruction being stopped. You're just ignorant. Haven't you seen it now? Where did this kid come from? Why does he have such terrifying skills? He's just a true fire realm cultivator, but he can kill a Jindan realm sage and even stop the Jindan's self-destruction. He's too sick. I don't know who this kid is, but I know that if we don't escape, we'll all die. Many of the lost people finally remembered that they had wanted to kill this kid previously and tried to steal his treasure. Now that their leader had been killed, how could they still have it easy? Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. None of them dared to stay any longer. They quickly fled in all directions like stray dogs. Bell of Chaos. Xia Ping immediately activated the Bell of Chaos above his head. He would not let go of any enemies who wanted to kill him. Imagine if he was at a disadvantage and had no strength and was captured by this group of people. Would these lost people forgive him if he knelt down and begged for mercy? Don't even think about it. They would definitely be reduced to slaves and live a life worse than death. Since they had decided to go against him, they had to be prepared to die in battle. Even if they were not prepared, he had to tell these lost people the consequences of going against him. In an instant, the Bell of Chaos shook left and right. A large earth formation was activated deep in the magic treasure, giving birth to the bell's ringing. It produced terrifying sound waves that swept in all directions silently. Dong dong dong. Each time the bell rang, there was a terrifying destructive power. Furthermore, the destructive power of the sound waves was stacking up continuously, each layer stronger and scarier than the one before. Furthermore, the speed was extremely fast, exceeding 100 times the speed of sound. No matter how the lost people tried to escape, they could not escape. After a few breaths, the power of the sound waves spread over a radius of 1,000 miles. All the lost people were attacked, letting out shrill cries of pain. Chapter 1449. Golden Core. Xia Ping extended his hand and immediately picked up the golden core that had fallen to the ground. At that moment, there were several cracks on the golden core that was the size of a glass bead. It seemed to have suffered quite a bit of damage. However, it still did not affect the mysticism of the golden core. It emitted a mysterious aura that contained majestic energy. Congratulations, Master. You've obtained a golden core. It's very useful. The green ox said excitedly. Useful? What's it used for? Xia Ping asked curiously as he looked at the golden core. The green ox said, if ordinary people obtain a golden core, they can use it as a great killing weapon. If they throw it out at a critical moment, they can immediately detonate it and kill the enemy. It indicated that it could be used as a trump card. If ordinary cultivators had a golden core, no one would dare to provoke them easily. Of course, this is a great killing weapon for ordinary cultivators. However, if it falls into my hands, it'll be completely different, the green ox continued. I'm proficient in a supreme alchemy technique that can wash away the impurities in the golden core, leaving only the purest energy. Then, I'll use other spirit herbs to condense it into a pill for Master to absorb. One must know that a golden core can be considered the essence of a golden core perfected one. Many years of cultivation are gathered in the golden core. The energy contained in it is unimaginable. It has at least 1,000 years of cultivation. If you can absorb the energy inside the golden core, you can save Master a lot of cultivation time. It's equivalent to a supreme holy herb with endless benefits. What? Xia Ping's eyes lit up when he heard that. If there was a way to refine the golden core and take all the golden core perfected one's cultivation for himself, it would be a shocking fortuitous encounter. He did not expect the green ox to have such a secret alchemy technique. It was simply unbelievable. After being in the universe for such a long time, he had seen many things. He naturally knew that the golden core contained the cultivation and willpower of others. It was very difficult to devour and absorb. Once one tried to forcefully absorb it, there would definitely be many impurities in one's body and signs of poisoning. This was the so-called poisonous golden core. He did not expect the green ox to take the golden core's energy for himself and condense it into a pill. This was a heaven-stealing act. If news of this were to spread, countless cultivators would go crazy to snatch this secret technique. If this supreme alchemy technique were to spread, there would definitely be many bloody storms in the universe, and a large number of golden core perfected ones would be killed. When Corinne heard this, he was also shocked again and again, because even he had never heard of such a secret technique. It can only be said that this mountain river sage was really an incomparably tyrannical sage, an alchemy grandmaster of a generation. Unexpectedly, he could also create such a secret alchemy technique. In terms of alchemy alone, even his old master could only look up to him in the dust and was far from being able to compare. Good, very good. Then quickly wash away the impurities in this golden core and refine it into a medicinal pill. Xia Ping immediately said. The green ox said, Yes, master. It's my honor. It put away the golden core and planned to start refining pills. It seems like these lost people have quite a lot of good stuff on them. Xia Ping reached out and collected all the space rings on the lost people. He sent the senses of his soul into the space rings and immediately discovered that there were many spiritual herbs and pills inside. Even each spiritual herb contained abundant medicinal power, which was more powerful than the spiritual herbs in the outside world. He immediately understood. Although the environment of this planet was very harsh, with savage beasts living everywhere, the spiritual chi was very rich, which was equivalent to a supreme paradise. In a place like this, it was naturally much easier to obtain 1,000-year-old and 10,000-year-old spiritual herbs than other places. What are these? Are they beast cores? Xia Ping quickly discovered that in addition to spiritual herbs and pills, there were also many beast cores stored in the space rings of these lost people. The so-called beast cores were like demon cores. They were the crystallization of the essence contained in the bodies of savage beasts. Each beast core contained a lot of energy, just like a medicinal pill. Many people hunted savage beasts to obtain beast cores to cultivate and increase their cultivation. So many beast cores. Xia Ping probed with his divine sense and found that there were at least tens of thousands of beast cores in the space rings of these lost people. Moreover, most of the beast cores had different attributes. They were gold, wood, water, fire, and earth respectively, and contained abundant energy of the 5 elements. Master, can I let the pearl of mountain and river absorb these beast cores? The green ox said excitedly. These beast cores contain abundant energy of the 5 elements. If I devour all of these beast cores, I believe the pearl of mountain and river will recover a portion of its power, and the power of the mountain and river state painting will also increase. It wanted to devour all of these beast cores. There's such a thing? It's alright, you can devour all of these beast cores. Anyway, there are many savage beasts here, and you can obtain more beast cores at any time. Xia Ping raised his eyebrows. He had seen the power of the pearl of mountain and river. It was not as simple as a support treasure, but a powerful treasure that could attack and defend. Once the mountain and river state painting appeared, it would immediately suppress the world. Even cultivators who were a realm higher than him would be useless, as it could easily suppress and kill them. This was the power of a divine artifact. If he could completely repair the pearl of mountain and river, even if he encountered stronger enemies, they would not be able to do anything to him. Thank you, Master. Hearing this, the green ox did not hesitate and immediately devoured all the beast cores. Tens of thousands of beast cores entered the pearl of mountain and river and were instantly refined. In an instant, these beast cores were transformed into a huge amount of energy of the 5 elements, immediately filling the entire space of the pearl of mountain and river. Whoosh! The energy of the 5 elements immediately surged into every corner of the space of the pearl of mountain and river. With the nourishment of the energy of the 5 elements, the space of the pearl of mountain and river immediately underwent earth-shattering changes. First, the earth element yuan qi increased, and the land area expanded. Next, the boundless sea, a large amount of water element yuan qi increased, and rivers appeared one after another. With the increase of metal element yuan qi, metal veins also appeared in the depths of the endless mountains. In the sky, an illusion of a sun appeared out of nowhere. It seemed to be an illusion formed by the condensation of flame energy to the extreme. A large number of volcanoes appeared on the land. On the land of infinity, one tree after another grew wildly. The wood element yuan qi increased, and dense forests appeared, full of vitality. In the depths of the space of the pearl of mountain and river, the mountain and river state painting was faintly discernible, as if there was an additional illusion. There were countless array marks vaguely appearing, and it was obvious that it had recovered some power. The rich energy of the 5 elements was extremely beneficial to the pearl of mountain and river. At the same time, the restoration of the pearl of mountain and river also caused a mysterious and powerful energy to be fed back to Xia Ping's body. His dermic powers were also rising rapidly, and the dermic powers in the depths of the purple mansion were increasing rapidly, almost reaching the level of perfection. Chapter 1450. One day later, Xia Ping rested nearby for a day to consolidate his cultivation base before setting off for the nearby metal attribute temple. But after flying for only a dozen kilometers, he immediately found a large golden cloud flying in the distance. There was a buzzing sound coming from the depths of the cloud, and a strong golden hepta-chi came, as if the world had turned into metal, and the air had the smell of iron. What is that? Xia Ping narrowed his eyes. He could feel that the large golden cloud contained a strong golden hepta-chi, as if it was a large piece of metal, and at the same time, it exuded a fatal killing intent. Be careful, this is a golden needle bee. Corinne immediately shouted, it is a terrible savage beast that lives near the metal attribute spirit vein. Generally speaking, it only exists in places with extremely rich metal attribute spirit energy. It is extremely terrible. They are social creatures, often appearing in groups of at least 100,000. Each golden needle bee is extremely terrible. When 100,000 golden needle bees add up and use metal attribute magical power at the same time, their strength is no less than that of a golden core realm. Once you encounter a golden needle bee, if you don't have the strength, run away immediately. Otherwise, if you are targeted by these golden needle bees, you will definitely die. Even an immortal may not be able to save you. Golden needle bees. Xia Ping's eyes flashed. Within the range of his divine sense, the large golden cloud quickly approached, and he finally perceived the truth of this group of golden clouds. Sure enough, It was an army of countless golden needle bees, buzzing. When they arrived, it was as if they were blotting out the sky and covering the earth. They flew over and emitted a terrifying Genjin aura. The ground was cut by countless swords and sabers. The ground shook until it cracked, and dense cracks appeared. Suddenly, this group of golden needle bees sensed the existence of Xia Ping. They buzzed and seemed extremely excited, as if they had found a superior prey, and immediately rushed over. Xiu xiu xiu. These golden needle bees immediately erupted, and golden needles shot over, covering the sky and covering the earth, like 100,000 missiles, and a golden light appeared in the air. Moreover, these golden needles were not disorderly, but after careful planning and arrangement, they quickly assembled into a golden needle golden hepta-killing god formation, containing infinite murderous intent. Once hit by these golden needles, the body would instantly turn into a beehive. Even a golden core realm cultivator would retreat in the face of this group of golden needle bees. They could not resist at all. If hit, they would directly turn into ashes, leaving nothing behind. Want to kill me? You're courting death. A cold light flashed in Xia Ping's eyes as he immediately made his move. Star guiding art, falling stars. In an instant, the sky within a radius of 1,000 miles dimmed, as though it had turned into a world of stars. Every single star in the outer realm was trembling, and the endless power of the stars was being received. Crash, the power of these stars gathered together, quickly condensing into one giant star after another, rumbling as they revolved, surrounded by chaotic air currents. Following this, these stars were like meteors falling from the sky. They scraped against the air, bringing with them terrifying flames that seemed to be able to destroy the world. Bang bang bang. Immediately, these stars and the golden needle bees collided with each other, and countless golden needles were shattered into powder. The terrible power exploded in midair, clanging like swords colliding. The golden needle bees wailed. They couldn't bear such a terrible impact at all. With just one blow, they were shattered into pieces and turned into a cloud of pure golden chi. At the same time, tens of thousands of soybean-sized beast cores fell from the sky. These were all left behind by the golden stingers. Good stuff. Xia Ping's eyes lit up, and with a wave of his hand, he immediately swallowed these golden beast cores and the surrounding golden chi into the pearl of mountains and rivers, leaving nothing behind. Rumble, with these golden chi and the golden beast cores, the pearl of mountains and rivers immediately vibrated, constantly refining, devouring, and absorbing, which also made the space of the pearl of mountains and rivers undergo earth-shaking changes. With the richness of the golden chi, it filled every corner of the space. One after another, metal veins appeared in the depths of the land of infinity, densely packed. And this space also became more solid, full of the smell of metal. If I can kill more golden beasts and devour more beast cores of the 5 elements, I am afraid that the pearl of mountains and rivers will recover faster. Xia Ping was very excited, feeling that this place was really a blessed place. He killed all the way to the Golden Temple, advancing dozens of miles at once. Along the way, Zhang Xian encountered many metal-attributed savage beasts, but they weren't as threatening as the golden needles. As such, he was able to kill all of them. These golden beasts and beast cores naturally fell into the hands of Xia Ping, all of which were devoured by the pearl of mountains and rivers and transformed into repair energy, so that a metal vein appeared in the space of the pearl of mountains and rivers. Here it is. After an unknown amount of time, Xia Ping killed all the way and finally arrived near the Golden Temple. He looked into the distance and immediately saw a towering temple appearing in front of him, surrounded by tyrannical restrictions and formations, exuding a strong golden chi. Because the metal elemental yuan chi was too rich, it caused many strange phenomena to appear around the temple. Sabers, swords, spears, halberds, and other kinds of cold weapons appeared and clashed with each other. It was as if countless martial arts masters were fighting. If ordinary people dared to enter the vicinity of this golden temple, they would immediately be torn apart by the terrible golden chi, and even if they stayed for a long time, they would be assimilated by these golden chi, and the whole person would be turned into metal. Sometimes, If the chi of heaven and earth was too strong, it would be highly toxic to ordinary cultivators. Just as Xia Ping was about to approach the Golden Temple, thousands of white flying cranes suddenly appeared in front of him. They were distributed near the temple, like guards. The flying cranes stood on the ground, standing upright like long swords, their bodies filled with terrifying sword chi, piercing through the sky. It was as if thousands of flying swords had appeared in this place. "Be careful, these are sword-flying cranes," Corinne warned. "Every sword-flying crane is a true master of the sword. They are proficient in golden chi and are invincible. Ordinary cultivators are probably not a match for a sword-flying crane. Now there are thousands of them, bathing in golden chi day and night. I'm afraid their bodies have been tempered to the level of monsters, which is not something ordinary sword-flying cranes can compare to. I'm afraid these sword-flying cranes are several times more terrifying than the golden stingers we encountered before. I have to be careful." In an instant, just as Xia Ping approached the Golden Temple, he immediately attracted the attention of these sword-flying cranes. They did not say anything and directly attacked. Xiu xiu xiu. Chapter 1451. Bell of Chaos. In an instant, Xia Ping immediately released the Bell of Chaos. A five-colored light barrier immediately enveloped his entire body. It was airtight, and countless runes circulated around it, as though it had formed an absolute domain. The sword chi was extremely terrifying. It was as thin as a cow's hair, and its penetrative power was extremely strong. It instantly hit the five-colored light barrier, causing it to rumble and tremble violently. Some of the sword chi's penetrative power was terrifying, and it actually pierced through the five-colored light barrier. However, it had only entered a certain distance before it was shaken by the light barrier, instantly turning into a ball of gung metal vitality. That was because the protective barrier did not only have the function of defense, but it also had the ability to reflect, shift, and so on. Therefore, when the sword chi arrived, it was either blocked outside or turned into a ball of metal vitality by the recoil force. What a powerful sword chi! What terrifying penetrative power! The Green Ox and Corinne were both shocked. They knew the power of the Bell of Chaos defense. Ordinary cultivators would not be able to penetrate the five-colored light barrier of the Bell of Chaos at all. However, they did not expect the sword chi of the sword-flying cranes to be so terrifying. It caused the five-colored light barrier of the Bell of Chaos to shake and tremble, and it even almost penetrated through. Furthermore, they also realized the seriousness of the matter. This was only the first round of attacks. If there was a second, third, and endless attacks, would they still be able to withstand it? Even if they could withstand it, the mana consumed in their bodies would be extremely shocking. How long could they last? Once their mana was exhausted, they would probably be blasted into pieces by the sword-flying cranes. Faced with the boundless power of the sword-flying cranes, even ordinary golden core cultivators would probably be shot into a beehive, unable to approach at all. Buzz buzz, when the sword-flying cranes saw that Xia Ping could actually withstand their sword chi, they were all enraged. This was the first time they had seen such a terrifying invader. In an instant, the sword-flying cranes actually moved, but they did not move randomly. Instead, they had their own unique positions. After a few breaths, they actually formed a huge sword formation. The sword chi on their bodies resonated, and endless golden gung chi gathered together, forming dense golden sword chi, and the golden sword chi seemed to be condensed from countless sword chi talismans, containing the aura of slaughter, destruction, annihilation, and so on. Once touched by the golden sword chi, one would immediately perish. They actually know sword arrays. These sword-flying cranes really want to ascend to heaven. The Green Ox exclaimed. He did not expect these savage beasts to have such astonishing intelligence. They actually knew how to combine the strength of their companions and increase the power of the sword chi. In this way, the sword chi they could unleash would probably be several times more powerful than before. Quick, stop them. Otherwise, we'll be in trouble once the sword formation is formed. Corinne worriedly said. Don't worry. They're just flying sword cranes. I don't even need to do anything. In that instant, Xia Ping had already thought of a way to deal with the flock of flying sword cranes. With a thought, the golden slime immediately jumped out of his body and transformed into countless blades. Each blade was swallowing and spitting out a terrifying white sword aura like a venomous snake. Every one of the sword beams contained a trace of the might of a sacred artifact. It was extremely terrifying. The flock of flying sword cranes had no scruples because they had many companions. However, they were least afraid of numbers tactics. The other party had a lot of sword chi. Could they be more than the endless sword blades? As long as Xia Ping willed it, the endless sword blades could split into countless blades and attack from all directions. Previously, the golden slime had swallowed a large amount of precious ores and a large amount of warship debris. It had also undergone a huge evolution and advanced to the level of a high-grade spirit artifact. Its strength was many times more tyrannical. He also wanted to see the power of the endless sword blades. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In an instant, the endless sword blades immediately erupted. Sword blades shot out one after another. Tens of thousands of them combined together and formed a heaven and earth sword array. Moreover, each sword blade was a clone of the endless sword blades. They were one, so it was easy to control. It was like controlling a finger or arm. Their coordination was seamless. It was not something that the flying sword cranes could compare to. Bang bang bang. In mid-air, the golden sword chi and the white sword beams collided with each other. Clanging sounds rang out. It was as if experts of the way of the sword were fighting in a frenzy, unafraid of death. In just a few breaths, the endless sword blades and the flock of flying sword cranes had clashed dozens of times. They used all their strength. The ground was cracked and densely packed cracks appeared. It was a shocking scene. Countless sword chi was shaken into a ball of metal origin chi in the intense collision. Because it was too dense, the sky above the battlefield even condensed into a golden cloud that covered 100 miles. Kill! Just as the flock of flying sword cranes were slightly out of breath and temporarily unable to recover their spiritual power, Xia Ping saw a flaw in them. He immediately infused his majestic spiritual power into the endless sword blades. Rumble! Immediately, the endless sword blades seemed to have been injected with chicken blood and once again became lively. Sword blades shot out from the ground and tore the earth apart. The area within 100 miles turned into a hell sword mountain. Sword blades tore through the sky and split the earth. It was terrifying beyond compare. The flying sword cranes were caught off guard. They did not expect the endless sword blades to still have the strength to attack. In an instant, their bodies were pierced through by the sword blades that shot out from the ground. Their bodies also immediately exploded with large amounts of blood. Their bodies were pierced from head to tail. Over 10,000 flying sword cranes were killed on the spot just like that. Not a single one was spared. Xia Ping did not hold back. He immediately collected the corpses of the flying sword cranes and placed them in the space of the Pearl of Mountain and River. At the same time, the Pearl of Mountain and River also produced a terrifying devouring power. It completely devoured the golden cloud in the sky and collected it all into the space of the Pearl of Mountain and River. After obtaining the dense metal origin chi, huge mountains immediately appeared in the space of the Pearl of Mountain and River. This was not a mountain range formed by earth elemental energy, but by metal elemental energy. It was a mountain made of metal, and under the sunlight, it shone brightly, and there was the faint sound of swords clashing in the air. And the map of the mountain and river in the depths of the Pearl of Mountain and River was also nourished by the spiritual chi. It seemed to become clearer, and the patterns on it also had golden lines and golden brands. Metal Divine Temple. Without the obstruction of the flying sword cranes and the other wild beasts, Xia Ping's journey was unimpeded. He directly arrived in front of the Divine Temple. He saw that there were terrifying restrictions around the Divine Temple. There were many of them, and it seemed that if enemies dared to approach, they would immediately be turned to dust by the power of the restrictions. How do I deal with these restrictions? Chapter 1452. Use the Star Attraction Art. At this time, Corinne said, These array restrictions are to prevent the enemy from getting the talisman. They are extremely powerful. Even if a perfected master of the gold core realm approaches, he will be smashed into powder. However, if you circulate the star guide art and resonate with the restriction array formation, the restriction array formation will recognize you as its master and will naturally collapse. It explained the solution. After all, this was one of the strongholds of the Stars sect. I see. Xia Ping nodded. He did not hesitate and immediately ran the star attraction art. Immediately, every acupoint in his body seemed to surge with endless star power. One after another, stars appeared and rotated in his body, and a heavenly cycle star array also appeared. His whole body was wrapped in blue star energy. In the depths of the void, the stars trembled and flickered, resonating as if they were the children of the stars. In the depths of the temple, it seemed to sense this rich star energy. In the depths of the core, one restriction array after another appeared, as if the power of countless stars was intertwined. Huh! Xia Ping's eyes widened. His eyes contained astral energy, allowing him to clearly see the orbits of these constellations. It was so clear, no matter how big or small they were. Suddenly, he saw a flaw in these restriction array formations, a key node. Subconsciously, he stretched out his hand, ran his spiritual power, and gently pointed. Immediately, these restriction array formations produced a chain reaction. They shattered like glass inch by inch. Bang! Not only did the restriction array shatter, but even the temple itself also shattered, turning into a mass of pure metal elemental chi. It turned out that this temple was also an illusion of the metal elemental chi. Now that the restriction array was broken, it naturally disappeared. At this moment, in the air, a talisman appeared. It looked like a small sword, buzzing and trembling, and its interior seemed to be engraved with dense runes. There was no doubt that this was the metal elemental talisman. Xia Ping grabbed it with his big hand, and his divine sense penetrated it, refining it in an instant. Immediately, he could feel that his divine sense and this talisman had a reaction, and he could even use this talisman to control part of the power of the array. Vaguely, Xia Ping could also sense the location of the other 4 talismans on this planet. They seemed to have formed a mysterious connection with each other, and were originally one entity. What was going on? Why are their talismans moving? Could it be that someone beat us to it and obtained one of the talismans? Xia Ping narrowed his eyes. He sensed that 1 or 2 spirit talismans were moving, and they were not moving in a fixed position. For such a situation to occur, someone must have broken through the restrictive array and snatched the talisman away. To be honest, even though the restrictive array formation was very powerful, it had been so many years since then that the power of the restrictive array formation had weakened quite a bit. If someone had a special method and paid a small price, it was not impossible to break the restriction array. Looks like there's an enemy fighting over the talismans with me. Xia Ping immediately felt that his journey to obtain the spirit talisman might not be as smooth as he thought. Perhaps there would be danger at every step. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Just then, over a dozen powerful auras came from afar. They were riding on flying swords, surpassing 100 times the speed of sound. They tore through the air and quickly arrived at the temple. Xia Ping naturally also sensed this aura, but he did not dodge. Instead, he stood where he was, wanting to know where these people came from and what their purpose was. The journey was really smooth. There were no wild beasts along the way, which made our breakthrough a lot faster. Senior brother told us to split into several groups and quickly go to the 5 Elements Temple on this planet to break the restrictive array formation and obtain the talismans. In this way, we can combine the 5 elements and completely control the 5 elements devil sealing formation of this planet. This is to quickly take control of this planet and avoid unnecessary trouble. Indeed, I did not expect things to go so smoothly. I originally thought that there would be strong wild beasts blocking the way, but there was nothing. This is God's blessing for our Black Heaven sect, and it is right for us to control this planet. I guess it is not because of God's blessing, but because someone beat us to it and arrived at this gold element temple one step ahead of us. With the other party helping us to clear the wild beasts, It is naturally very smooth. Who dares to beat us to it? Is it the disciples of Mingyue Court or the Juntian School? Or is it a lost person from this place? No matter who dares to beat us to it, that gold element talisman belongs to our Black Heaven sect. Anyone who dares to snatch it will die. Immediately, a group of Black Heaven sect disciples quickly flew over and landed on the land that used to be the Gold Element Temple. Each and every one of them was unruly and extremely arrogant. They were at least in the true fire realm, and the leader was a man in green who was in the early stage of the golden elixir realm. He carried a green long sword on his back, and his sword Chi soared into the sky. He was extremely powerful. Senior brother Chu Hen, as expected, someone beat us to it and obtained the gold element talisman. This temple has already disappeared. Someone immediately realized that this place no longer had the gold element temple, and the restrictive array formation around it had also disappeared completely. Who is so bold? I have given a military order to senior brother Rong Hang that I must obtain the gold element talisman. If I fail, how can I, Chu Hen, raise my head in front of all my brothers and sisters? The man in green, Chu Hen, frowned and was very dissatisfied. There is a stranger in front, in the early stage of the true fire realm. I guess this kid obtained the gold element talisman, but he doesn't have the aura of the Great Sky Sect or Mingyue Court on him. I guess he is a native of this planet, or a lost person. A Black Heaven Sect disciple obviously noticed Xia Ping in the distance. What lost person? A native is a native. Is there any other way to call him? However, a small true fire realm native trash dares to snatch something from our Black Heaven Sect? Are you tired of living? The man in green, Chu Hen, sneered. Kid, did you obtain the gold element talisman? Confess immediately. A Black Heaven Sect disciple shouted and stared at Xia Ping with a murderous look. So what if I obtained it? Do you still want to snatch it? Xia Ping stood with his hands behind his back. Snatch. A Black Heaven Sect disciple suddenly laughed. Native, don't be too arrogant. If the Black Heaven Sect wants something, you must obediently hand it over. There is no need to snatch it. I will only give you 3 breaths of time to think about it. Immediately hand over the gold element talisman with both hands, obediently surrender, and become our slave so that we do not lose anything. Otherwise, if you anger us, not only will we capture you and kill you on the spot, even the people behind you and the tribe behind you will be captured and executed. Chapter 1453. Black Heaven Sect? What sect is this? Xia Ping narrowed his eyes, revealing a dangerous glint. He could tell that they were from a great force and not lost people. Could it be that this group of people had a way to come to the Fog Star Field and reach the 5 Elements planet? It seemed that the Fog Star Field had also been invaded and something unusual had happened. Then he revealed a faint murderous aura. This was the 5 Elements planet, the treasure of the Stars sect. Apart from himself, no one could get their hands on it. Whoever dared to covet it had to die. Native, I'm afraid you'll be scared to death if I tell you. One of the Mystic Heaven sect's disciples sneered. Our Mystic Heaven sect is a saint-level sect with 3 saints guarding it. We rule over the 5 major galaxies and billions of planets. With a single command, any force would be reduced to dust and tremble in fear. Not to mention a small native like you, even if everyone on the entire planet goes against our Black Heaven sect, they will all die. Only surrender and become a slave. That is your only way out. He stared at Xia Ping with extreme arrogance. You, kneel down immediately, kowtow 3 times and become my slave. The green-clothed man, Chu Hen, immediately said. His eyes revealed a glimmer of light. He could feel that Xia Ping's aura was very unusual. His qi and blood were thick, not something an ordinary cultivator could compare to. A cultivator like this had a special physique. If he was taken as a slave and trained, he would definitely be of great help in the future. Even if he wasn't a slave, he could still be sold for a large sum of money. No matter what, reducing this kid to a slave was a good deal. There were many benefits. Did you hear that? Kneel down immediately. Senior Brother Chu letting you be his slave is a blessing that you won't get in 3 lifetimes. Hurry up and kneel down. Do you want to die? A black-clothed Black Heaven sect disciple shouted and looked at Xia Ping ferociously. It seemed that if Xia Ping did not surrender, he would immediately kill him and teach him a lesson. To be honest, he was a cultivator at the peak of the true fire realm. His martial arts realm was 2 levels higher than this kid's. Just his magic power alone was much thicker than this native's. Not to mention that he was an elite disciple of the Black Heaven sect who had cultivated many martial arts techniques and had tyrannical combat power. How could this native compare to him? He could even beat this native with one hand. Black Heaven sect? Saint Class sect? Interesting. I'd like to see if the mysterious Heaven sect is really that great. Is it really the overlord force that rules over the 5 galaxies? In the blink of an eye, Xia Ping made his move. His hell spear appeared in his hand, and he immediately unleashed a deadly attack that could pierce through the heavens. Shio! It was like the spear of a ghost god, stabbing out from the depths of hell. The stars trembled, and an enormous hell portal appeared behind him, pulsing with the boundless power of hell. The wails of ghosts and gods shook everything. In an instant, the spear was pressed against the black-robed man's chest. Bastard, how dare you attack me? The man in black was shocked and enraged. He was terrified to the extreme. He never thought that an aboriginal in the early stage of true fire realm would dare to kill him in front of so many people. Did he have a death wish? However, at this moment, he did not have time to think so much. The power of the spear was extremely terrifying. It was as fast as lightning and arrived beside him in an instant. The tip of the spear exuded a terrifying murderous aura, easily piercing through his righteous chi shield. If he did not block it, he would definitely be pierced by the spear in the next second and die without a burial. Black Tortoise Wuji armor. At this moment of life and death, the black-robed man moved his mind and immediately used the technique he had been hiding for a long time. It was a middle-grade defensive spiritual weapon, Black Tortoise Wuji armor. Immediately, a set of armor covered his entire body, covering every corner of his body. The surface of the armor was like a tortoise shell, densely covered with patterns. Furthermore, its entire body was sparkling and translucent like a crystal. Piece by piece, it assembled together, and a boundless heaven and earth formation was activated in the depths of the armor. Energy materialized, displaying an incomparably tyrannical defensive power. This was his final move. In order to obtain this middle-grade defensive spiritual weapon, he had paid a huge price. After all, this trip to the Fog Star Field was fraught with danger. No one knew what would happen, so he had made ample preparations. However, he did not expect to use his trump card at this moment. Moreover, it was used by an aboriginal in the early stage of true fire realm. It was ridiculous. Middle-grade defensive spiritual weapon? It's useless. That Xia Ping's eyes were frighteningly cold. The mana in his body was burning as he infused it into the hell spear. Immediately, the mana of the true fire realm seeped in, allowing the hell spear to exert an unprecedented power. A terrifying, deep, and ancient aura of hell spread out. The body of the spear was also covered in dense hell runes. They squirmed like ants crawling in hell, like blood vessels swimming, and like a dragon surrounding the spear. Hell's superpower, Hell Demon Spear. This spear was almost unprecedented since the beginning of time. It was oppressive. It was like a spear from a demon god from hell. At this moment, Xia Ping was like a demon god from hell. He knew the underworld, broke through the chaos, understood the 6 paths of reincarnation, and suppressed the existence of hell. As the spear pierced through, even the air was distorted. Dense hell's words appeared, forming a picture of hell. These hell's words seemed to be writing the eternal history of hell, creating a legend. The middle-grade spiritual weapon, Black Tortoise Everlasting Armor, was pierced by the hell spear. The tortoise shell was pierced through immediately. It was as fragile as tofu, cracking loudly. Against the power of a demon god, this defensive spiritual weapon was useless. The power of hell pierced through everything. Any tortoise shell was as fragile as tofu. Impossible! The man in black screamed. One had to know that this was a middle-grade defensive spiritual weapon that he had spent a lot of money to buy. Even a perfected person in the Golden Core realm would have to spend a lot of effort to break through its defense. Now, it was actually pierced through by this indigenous person's spear. How could he believe it? If he hadn't checked carefully before, he would have thought that he had spent a lot of money to buy a knockoff spiritual weapon. However, at this moment, he had no time to investigate this matter. After the spear pierced through the black tortoise everlasting armor, it pierced through his body easily. The terrifying power of hell bombarded his body. The flames from hell burned instantly, burning his entire body into a ball, and the surroundings exploded. The man in black let out a blood-curdling scream. Even the black tortoise everlasting armor exploded into pieces. A huge pit with a diameter of several kilometers appeared on the ground. It was earth-shattering and swept up a huge tornado. Chapter 1454. Ah, bastard, son of a bitch, damn native. Seeing that Xia Ping had stabbed the man in black to death, the man in green, Chu Hen, was enraged. How dare you kill a disciple of Shen sect? You're courting death. Not only you, even the people around you, anyone who is related to you, will pay the price of blood flowing like a river because of this matter. No one in the world will be able to save you, no one. He roared at the top of his lungs. His face was ferocious and he was extremely angry. One must know that he, Chu Hen, was a golden core cultivator. His strength was tyrannical. That kid was just a lowly native and was only in the true fire realm. However, such a small fry dared to kill his junior brother and Shen sect disciple in front of him. How arrogant was that? How arrogant was that? He didn't care about Chu Hen and Shen sect at all. This was a ruthless slap to Chu Hen's face. If this matter were to spread, Chu Hen would have no face left. He would become the laughingstock of many of his brothers in Shen sect. They would say that he couldn't even control a small native and that his cultivation had been wasted. Rumble. In an instant, Chu Hen made his move. He pulled out a sword from his body and everything within 1,000 miles trembled. This was a golden core cultivator making his move. It shook the heavens and earth. One had to know that this was a perfected golden core of the Shen sect, not an itinerant cultivator. He had been nurtured by a saint-level sect and was much stronger than the golden core cultivator who had lost his way. Even though they were cultivators of the same realm, they cultivated different techniques, spells, and battle experience. This caused their combat strength to be completely different. His move was earth-shattering. His aura was terrifying. The chi of heaven and earth fluctuated violently. It was as if the earth was about to disintegrate and the surroundings were shaking like a magnitude 7 earthquake. Sword Dao Divine Ability, Cosmic Scar Sword Art. As the sword slashed down, it was as if countless sword chi appeared in the air. In an instant, countless sword techniques appeared and all the sword chi gathered together. At this moment, the sky seemed to be split open. Leaving a mark in the void was one of the highest realms of the Sword Dao Divine Art. Of course, Chu Hen's sword chi was only an imitation. It was far from reaching the level of leaving a scar in the void. That was because when the sword chi was strong to a certain degree, it would create an illusion of a scar in the sky. It would devour light and create a black scar. Such a black scar would look like the sky had split open. But even so, the power of this sword was enough to tear apart mountains and rivers, displaying the supreme power of a golden core. Senior brother Chu Hen is furious. This aborigine is dead for sure. He actually forced senior brother Chu Hen to use the Heaven Scar sword. You should know that this sword art is one of the supreme sword arts of the mysterious Heaven sect. Its power is boundless, and only a few people can successfully cultivate it. That's right. With a single slash, even the sky would be split into two, leaving behind a scar. How could this native block it? Poor guy. Originally, he might have been able to live as a slave of senior brother Chu Hen, but he actually dared to kill a disciple of the mysterious Heaven sect. This is a crime worthy of death. His entire family will be executed. The disciples of the profound heaven sect sneered again and again. They looked at Xia Ping as if they were looking at a dead man. With Chu Hen, a golden core realm master, personally making a move, this native would definitely die. There was no chance of him surviving. Great Yin Yang tablet breaking palm. Facing this earth-shattering sword, Xia Ping also attacked. His figure flashed and his palm slammed down towards the sword qi in the sky. This huge palm was formed by the yin and yang qi, like a millstone of the 8 trigrams. Black and white runes flashed inside it, constantly moving. The palm was incomparably huge, and every rune was like the path of the Tao, covering the entire sky. When the disciples of the mysterious heaven sect saw this palm, they were also shocked. They could feel that this palm contained supreme power. It was ever-changing and all-encompassing, as if the entire universe was contained within it. This palm fiercely slammed onto the black sword qi. When the two forces collided, the sword qi was instantly destroyed. It collapsed inch by inch, turning into a large amount of pure qi of heaven and earth, dissipating in this space. The huge palm also collapsed and dissipated. The power of both sides had cancelled each other out. Both Xia Ping and Chu Hen also withstood the terrifying impact. They retreated continuously with their blood boiling. However, Chu Hen's eyes burst with a frightening light. He stared at Xia Ping and said, "Good, very good. A native, an ant in the early stage of the true fire realm, can actually withstand a sword attack from me, a golden core cultivator, and come out unscathed. I have never seen a true fire realm cultivator like this. You are definitely not a native of this planet. Tell me, where did you come from? What do you want to do in this place?" Once an expert made a move, it would be obvious. If the other party was a native, a lost person without any background, it would be impossible for him to fight against a golden core cultivator with true fire realm cultivation, even if he had monstrous talent. From that palm just now, he could feel a vast history. It was as if there was a great person from ancient times writing a legend. It was 1,000 years of history, passed down for a long time, vast and boundless. Chu Hen could be sure that this kid definitely had an ancient inheritance. He was a peerless figure that did not appear in the world. It was impossible for him to be a lone cultivator. What's so great about a sword attack from you? So what if you're a golden core cultivator? It's not like I haven't killed one before. Die. Xia Ping did not plan to waste any more words with this golden core cultivator from the Black Heaven sect. He raised the hell spear in his hand and stabbed again. Bang bang bang. Chu Hen did not dare to show any weakness. He displayed the Heaven Scar sword technique. Every sword qi was naturally formed and interweaved into a large net. It enveloped the heaven and earth, contending against the spear technique. The sword qi and the spear collided, bombarding each other continuously. It was like a nuclear explosion. The surrounding ground was blasted into huge pits, and the ground within a 1,000-mile radius was blasted into the surface of the moon. The energy of heaven and earth in the surroundings was constantly tumbling, exploding, chaotic, and strangling in all directions. Any ordinary cultivator that came into contact with it would be blasted into pieces by the airflow. The surrounding disciples of the Black Heaven sect fled in all directions in fear, not daring to approach. They were shocked. This was not a battle between a true fire realm and a golden core cultivator. It was clearly a life and death battle between two golden core cultivators. It had to be said that this native was too exaggerated. He was simply not human. Even though the Black Heaven sect was a saint-class sect with countless geniuses, they had never seen someone who could challenge someone of a higher level. It was simply unbelievable that a true fire realm cultivator could contend against a golden core cultivator. What is this? As the battle continued, Xia Ping imbued his mana into the hell spear, causing the aura of hell that the spear emitted to become even stronger. When the aura of hell reached its peak, boom! Immediately, a warm current was transmitted from the hell spear. It was a majestic current of information. There were mysterious and profound divine art scrolls and hell talismans. He sensed many mysteries of hell martial arts coming from the depths of the hell spear. It seemed that as his cultivation grew stronger, he could receive even more inheritances of hell. Chapter 1455. I see. Xia Ping was enlightened. He finally knew the true secret of the hell demon suppressing spear. What he had learned before was just the tip of the iceberg. This spear technique was of an extremely high level and was unpredictable. Perhaps even a saint-tier ultimate skill couldn't describe it. It had a total of 7 moves: nature, slaughter, creation, destruction, devour, cleanse, and reincarnation. Each style was stronger than the last, and each style was more unfathomable than the last. When one successfully cultivated all 7 styles of spear arts, even a demon god could be easily suppressed in the depths of hell. They were incomparably tyrannical. Boom! In an instant, Xia Ping gripped the hell spear tightly. The aura on his body was completely different. It was as if he had absorbed the aura of hell and swallowed it into his body. Then he stabbed out with the spear and it instantly exploded. Hell demon suppressing spear's first move, nature. As the spear shot out, earth, wind, water, fire, and all other elements appeared. The 8 trigrams combined and the boundless power instantly formed a picture of hell. Volcanoes erupted one after another, poisonous swamps bubbled one after another, and rivers of the underworld all gathered in the picture of hell. It was as if the scene of hell was being played out. In this hellish scene, the work of the gods contained limitless creation. All kinds of moves, the alternation of the sun and moon, the natural Tao, and the 2 forms of yin and yang were all contained in this move. In the few breaths of time that he transmitted these hellish ultimate skills, he had already learned the first move and even mastered it. Therefore, the moment he attacked, the power of the hell demon suppressing spear increased by several times. What kind of ultimate skill is this? Many Shintian sect disciples also felt how terrifying the spear was. It was as if hell had descended, projecting the plane of hell into this world and dragging the enemy into the depths of hell. Even though they didn't fight Xia Ping head-on, they could still feel the intense hellish aura just by standing at the side. It was as if there were countless evil spirits trying to drag their souls into hell. How is this possible? This isn't an ultimate skill. Where did you learn it from? Chu Hen was shocked. He didn't expect the kid in front of him to suddenly increase his strength and instantly increase the power of his ultimate skill by several times. It was as if there was a qualitative change. The moment the spear arrived, he felt like he had fallen into the Avicii hell. His soul suffered thousands of tortures. His aura was locked and he couldn't move at all. All of his defensive energy arts and magical treasures were destroyed, and the spear stabbed into his abdomen, causing blood to spray everywhere. Damn bastard! Chu Hen roared. His expression was malevolent. He really didn't think that the power of this spear would be so terrifying. It directly pierced through his defense, pierced through his body, as if it was a fatal spear that wanted to pierce through his soul. He circulated the power of his Jin Dan and burned the magic power in his body. His strength increased by several times, and even the blood from his wounds stopped flowing. He immediately wanted to pull the spear out. Too late. Xia Ping slapped down with his palm and threw out the mountain and river bead. The mountain and river map instantly enveloped a radius of 100 miles. The entire world's essence seemed to have stopped moving at this moment. He still remembered how terrifying a golden core realm cultivator was. Once the other party was forced into a desperate situation, the other party could immediately self-detonate their golden core in despair and perish together with the enemy. The power of self-detonation was even more terrifying than a nuclear bomb. He wouldn't reveal such a flaw. Otherwise, if he perished together with the enemy, wouldn't he suffer a huge loss? Therefore, he wouldn't give the opponent a chance to self-detonate his golden core. Once he made a move, he would kill the opponent. What? Chu Hen was horrified at this moment. There was no longer anger or anger. Instead, it was replaced by endless fear and panic. Because when this formation scroll enveloped him, he discovered that other than his thoughts being able to operate, his magic power, magical treasures, and body were all unable to move. It was as if he was immobilized. Even if he wanted to self-detonate his golden core, there was no way. A situation like this in an intense battle was simply a fatal flaw. Even if his body was immobilized for a second, It was enough for the enemy to kill him more than 10 times. Not to mention, he didn't know how long his body would be immobilized for. This was simply watching himself being killed, but he was powerless. His heart fell into a state of despair. Die. Xia Ping wouldn't give Chu Hen any chance. He didn't care about Chu Hen's begging, fear, regret, unwillingness, and other emotions. The hell spear instantly pierced out and accurately pierced Chu Hen's head. Bang! Chu Hen's head was pierced in an instant. A tyrannical force exploded and immediately, his head exploded like a watermelon. Blood splattered out and dyed the ground red. His corpse also fell to the ground, creating a cloud of dust. A golden core realm cultivator was killed on the spot just like that. Even his golden core couldn't self-detonate. Is this a joke? Senior Chu Hen is dead? Pierced through the head by a spear. Many mysterious Heaven Sect disciples were trembling. Chu Hen was one of the 12 golden core realm cultivators of mysterious Heaven Sect. Although his strength wasn't among the top, he was still one of the leaders. But now, he was actually dead. He was stabbed to death by a native spear and his head exploded. And before he died, Chu Hen couldn't even self-detonate his golden core. If this was told to others, no one would believe it. I don't believe it. It's an illusion. It must be an illusion. Senior Chu Hen is a golden elixir realm cultivator. That guy is only in the true fire realm. Their strengths are worlds apart. How could he kill Senior Chu Hen? A mysterious Heaven Sect disciple shouted. He thought it was an illusion. He didn't believe that Chu Hen was killed by Xia Ping. But the other mysterious Heaven Sect disciples' faces were very ugly. Actually, they also thought that they had fallen into the opponent's illusion. But they thought of various ways to verify it. They always proved that it was reality and not an illusion. The problem was, this was even more ridiculous than falling into an illusion. Since when could a true fire realm cultivator easily kill a golden core realm cultivator? They had never heard of such a thing, let alone seen it. Bang! Xia Ping turned his palm and immediately turned Chu Hen's corpse into powder. Only a grape-sized golden core was left on the ground. The golden core was extremely hard. This palm had no way of destroying it. However, Chu Hen's golden core was clearly much bigger than the golden core of the lost person. It was said that the more divine powers one condensed, the stronger the golden core would be. So, different people's golden cores were different. Alright, how do you want to die? Commit suicide or be killed by me with one palm? Xia Ping turned around and stood with his hands behind his back. He looked at the group of mysterious Heaven Sect disciples indifferently. His clothes fluttered without any wind. He emitted a majestic aura like a mountain, oppressing the heaven and earth. Chapter 1456. Native, don't go too far. A black Heaven Sect disciple trembled and said fiercely, "How dare you kill a golden core senior brother of our black Heaven Sect? This is an unforgivable crime. If you surrender now, we might leave your corpse intact. Otherwise, if the elders find out about this, you will definitely die without a burial place. Even the force behind you will be reduced to dust. Have you considered the seriousness of this matter?" He stared at Xia Ping, intending to intimidate him. That's right. Our Black Heaven Sect is not something a little native like you can provoke. Killing a golden core perfected master of our Black Heaven Sect is a crime of genocide. When our Black Heaven Sect builds a space-time gate on this planet, all of you natives will be reduced to dust. If you know what's good for you, surrender immediately. Otherwise, your entire clan will be exterminated and your descendants will be slaves for generations to come. One by one, the Black Heaven Sect disciples tried to intimidate Xia Ping. They knew that if this native could kill a golden core perfected master, it would not be difficult for him to kill them. Therefore, they all threatened him, hoping that this native would understand what it meant to be apprehensive. You still want to build a space-time gate on this planet and build an eternal base? What a joke! Don't you know whose territory this is? How dare you do such a thing? I can't let you live. Xia Ping's eyes revealed a ferocious light. This planet was Gaia, the territory of the Starry Sect. Once the other party successfully built a space-time gate, They could move troops from their own sect at any time. Even sages could cross the void and use this planet as a springboard to enter the fog star sector. He absolutely would not allow such a situation to happen. Retreat, retreat quickly. Split up and run. Break up. Those who leave alive, immediately bring reinforcements and avenge your dead brothers and sisters. In the future, we must kill this native and exterminate his entire clan. Otherwise, our dead brothers and sisters will not be able to rest in peace. Run, quickly run. Run now. Hearing what Xia Ping said, the Black Heaven sect disciples immediately knew that this matter could not be resolved peacefully. They could feel the killing intent in this native's words. Since even the Black Heaven sect could not intimidate him, they could only escape. This was the only way to survive. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In an instant, more than a dozen mysterious Heaven sect disciples split up and fled in all directions. They believed that even if only one of them managed to escape, they would be able to bring reinforcements and tear this native to pieces. You can't escape. Xia Ping sneered. His natal magic treasure, the Bell of Chaos, immediately appeared. He poured a huge amount of magic power into the depths of the Bell of Chaos and a heaven-earth formation was born. Buzz! Immediately, the Bell of Chaos shook from left to right and shook the heavens and the earth. It was as if a heavenly dragon was roaring furiously, and it emitted a terrifying sound wave that affected the heavens and the earth and swept through an area of several thousand kilometers. With the Bell of Chaos as the center, the sound waves condensed into substance. Like waves and tides, they spread out layer by layer. Furthermore, the layers overlapped, and the destructive power reached its peak. Bang bang bang. The dozen or so mysterious Heaven sect disciples immediately let out shrill screams. This kind of sound wave shock ignored the defense of magic treasures and spells, directly affecting their internal organs. One by one, the mysterious Heaven sect disciples' bodies exploded into a mist of blood and exploded in the air. The mysterious Heaven sect disciples were all killed by the shockwave. As long as they did not escape the range of the Bell of Chaos, they would not be able to escape at all. The problem was, no matter how fast these mysterious Heaven sect disciples were, they could not escape thousands of kilometers in an instant. However, there was also a mysterious Heaven sect disciple who burned the magic power in his body and let out a roar before he died. Endless black sky, borrow the power of heaven and earth. Divine sense transmission, go. With a whoosh, his whole body burned, and the power of his divine sense immediately erupted, condensing into a golden talisman. Then, it broke through the sky at an extremely fast speed and escaped into the void. In just an instant, the golden talisman disappeared. It had escaped thousands of kilometers away, and Xia Ping could not catch up. This is a little troublesome. They actually tipped me off in the end. Xia Ping narrowed his eyes. He knew that this golden talisman must be the mysterious Heaven sect's distress talisman. Its purpose was to ask for help from the nearby sect brothers. This kind of talisman could escape into the void at an extremely fast speed. There was no way to stop it. However, this did not matter. In any case, he and this group of mysterious Heaven sect disciples would meet sooner or later, and the conflict could not be resolved. After all, the other party wanted to build a spatial gate on Planet 5 Elements, and this was his territory. They were fundamentally at odds. Thinking of this, Xia Ping did not continue to think so much. He grabbed with his large hand and immediately grabbed the spatial rings left behind by the mysterious Heaven sect disciples, including the spatial ring of the golden core perfected Chu Hen. He scanned with his divine sense and immediately found that there were many good things inside. First was the beast cores. This group of mysterious Heaven sect disciples were quite strong. They killed their way here, and with the golden core perfected masters supporting them, they were practically gods and Buddhas. God knows how many wild beasts they killed. Because they came from the other side of the planet, they also killed the 5 elemental wild beasts and obtained the 5 elemental beast cores. After a careful count, there were at least 200,000 beast cores. Devour! Xia Ping was very excited. With these beast cores, the pearl of mountain and river would definitely recover more power. Immediately, a large number of beast cores were devoured by the pearl of mountain and river. Rumble, when these 200,000 beast cores were completely refined, they immediately turned into pure 5-elemental yuan qi. The pearl of mountain and river seemed to have eaten a complete tonic, and its space continued to expand. Even the mountains were rising, the rivers were widening, the valleys were deep, the deserts were vast, the sky was high, and the spiritual qi was dense. The world in the pearl of mountain and river became more realistic, as if the world had been promoted. Just as all the 5-elemental yuan qi was devoured by the pearl of mountain and river, another heaven and earth formation appeared in the depths of the pearl of mountain and river. Dense array marks and traces appeared. This heaven and earth formation was not the mountain and river map, but another heaven and earth formation. It was extremely mysterious, and it emitted an ethereal aura that contained endless spatial power. What formation is this? Xia Ping asked curiously. Congratulations, Master. The green ox said excitedly, this is another formation of the pearl of mountain and river, the Wuji spatial map. This is a powerful formation that can be as famous as the mountain and river map. At its peak, once the Wuji spatial map is used, it can immediately hide all the aura on the master's body, turn invisible, and escape into space. It can easily travel through the universe. Back then, Old Master relied on this ability of the pearl of mountain and river to easily travel through various secret realms in the universe. He could even hide himself and not be discovered by sages. Chapter 1457. Limitless Space Map? What a good map! Xia Ping's eyes lit up. This ability was very similar to the invisibility pearl he had obtained before, but the invisibility pearl's level was still too low. It couldn't even hide from Purple Mansion realm cultivators. Therefore, he had already abandoned the invisibility pearl and threw it into the bottom of the warehouse. But the mountain river pearl was different. After restoring the limitless space map, it could hide his aura, figure, and even escape into space. It was simply the best auxiliary treasure. With this ability, his survival level would be greatly improved, and ordinary people wouldn't be able to kill him. He could even use this ability to do all kinds of things. Sure enough, the power of a saint artifact was very powerful and incredible. It was far from what a spirit artifact could compare with. If Master can obtain more beast cores and devour more 5-element spiritual qi, you can restore more power to the mountain river pearl. The green ox took the opportunity to persuade Xia Ping to restore more power to the mountain river pearl. It was extremely eager to restore the power of its heyday. Of course, no problem. If I can get more beast cores, I'll let you devour them all. Xia Ping nodded. The more powerful the mountain river pearl was, the more help it would be to him. Mere beast cores were nothing. Thank you, Master. The green ox was very excited. And what is this? Xia Ping continued to search the interspatial rings of these mystic heavens sect disciples. In addition to many treasures, he also found elixirs and spirit medicines, each of which was very valuable. But after searching for a while, he found a black talisman in Chu Hen's interspatial ring. It contained a rich spatial aura and slowly rotated, forming an unfathomable vortex. He could even feel a trace of a sage's aura from this black talisman, which made his heart palpitate. This is a restriction-breaking talisman. When Corinne saw this black talisman, he immediately cried out, and his pupils contracted. Restriction-breaking talisman? What is it? Xia Ping asked curiously. Corinne said in a deep voice, this talisman can break all kinds of restriction arrays in the world. This restriction-breaking talisman is extremely powerful and contains the aura of a sage. It must have been refined by a sage. Now, I finally understand why this group of mysterious heaven sect disciples had the confidence to break the restriction array of planet 5 elements. Even though tens of thousands of years had passed and the power of the array had weakened slightly, it was still not something that a golden core perfected master could break. The problem is that they have the restriction-breaking talisman bestowed upon them by the sage. In this way, the restriction-breaking talisman, which is an inanimate object, naturally cannot escape the restriction-breaking talisman. This will allow them to easily take away the 5 elements talisman. It came to a sudden realization. In that case, wouldn't the 5 elements talisman be obtained by them? Xia Ping frowned. He was very happy that he had obtained the restriction-breaking talisman. This was because in the future, if he encountered a formation that he could not break, he could use the restriction-breaking talisman. However, he was also a little worried. If the restriction formation of the 5 elements shrine was broken by the opponent, didn't it mean that the 5 elements spiritual talismans had been refined by the opponent? Corinne shook his head. Rest assured, the 5 element spirit talisman has a restrictive array formation left behind by Old Master. It is incomparably complex and extremely mysterious. If you don't practice star guiding art, you simply won't be able to refine it. Only a sage will be able to break the restrictive array formation of the spirit talisman. However, this is the dense fog star field. There are mysterious interference forces everywhere. Even the power of a sage can't affect this place. Even if the mysterious heaven sect built a space-time gate, it is not easy to maintain a stable space-time gate. If a cultivator who is too powerful comes over, it will destroy the stable passageway of the space-time gate. Therefore, they can only let cultivators below the golden core realm come over. If cultivators above this realm dare to come over, they will immediately destroy the spatial passageway and be buried in the depths of space-time. It was very experienced and knowledgeable. Even if there were only a few clues, it could still infer a lot of information. But it doesn't mean that we can be at ease. Corinne continued, this group of people has arrived at the 5 elements planet. I reckon that they are only the vanguard. Their purpose is to build a stable space-time gate so that the mysterious heaven sect's army can arrive and even let the sage pass through. Once they successfully build the space-time gate, this planet will completely belong to the mysterious heaven sect. No one will be able to drive them away from this place. Its expression was very solemn and worried. This kind of thing must not be allowed. We must destroy it. Xia Ping clenched his fists. He had already regarded this planet as his territory. These people from the mysterious heaven sect actually dared to come here and fight for territory with him. They were simply courting death. His body was filled with a terrifying killing intent. Yes, we must destroy their plan to build the space-time gate. Corinne nodded in agreement. But we don't need to worry too much now. After all, building the space-time gate is an intricate and long-term project. They won't be able to succeed in a short time. It comforted Xia Ping. This was not the most urgent time. Let's test them first and see how strong the mysterious heaven sect really is. Xia Ping decided not to clash with this group of mysterious heaven sect disciples for the time being. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will always be victorious. He wanted to investigate the mysterious heaven sect's strength before making a move. At this moment, on the other side of the 5 elements planet, near an Earth-type temple, a large number of Earth-type wild beasts were scattered in every corner. The disciples of the mysterious heaven sect, the Great Sky sect, and the Mingyue court were gathered here. They were simply like killing gods, sweeping through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. They were invincible, using all kinds of divine abilities and secret techniques to kill the Earth-type wild beasts. Bang, bang, bang. As the disciples of the mysterious heaven sect, the Great Sky sect, and the Mingyue court fought with all their might, the Earth-type wild beasts died one after another. Their Earth-type beast cores were plundered from their bodies, and the ground was bombarded until it trembled and huge craters appeared. An hour later, all the Earth-type wild beasts near the Earth-type temple were killed. Ronghang, the golden core perfected master of the mysterious heaven sect, came before the Earth-type temple and took out a black restriction-breaking talisman. He cast a spell and immediately blasted the talisman onto the restrictive formation. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the restriction-breaking talisman turned into a black beam of light that slammed into the restrictive spell formation. Instantly, a terrifying power exploded out. All the restrictive spell formations were destroyed by the black beams of light one after another. It was as though space was being torn apart, and all the runes on the spell formation were being torn apart. The power of the spell formation was practically formless. Dong, in the next second, the temple was shattered, and all the Earth-type Yuan Qi was condensed into a single point, turning into an Earth-type talisman. Rong Hang grabbed the talisman in his hand, and a look of excitement appeared on his face. However, before he could say anything, a golden talisman suddenly tore through the void and landed in front of Rong Hang. It buzzed and emitted a dazzling golden light. The other disciples of the mysterious heaven sect saw this as well, and their expressions changed drastically. What? This is a help talisman? What exactly happened? Why are their disciples asking for help? Rong Hang's expression changed as well. Of course, he also recognized this golden talisman as the help talisman of the mysterious heaven sect. Chapter 1458. Rong Hang grabbed the golden talisman and sent his consciousness into it. Immediately, a huge amount of information flowed into his mind. Very soon, he knew the cause and effect of this matter, and his face immediately became gloomy. Brother Rong Hang, what happened? A mysterious heaven sect disciple saw that Rong Hang's expression wasn't right and immediately asked, "See for yourselves." Rong Hang waved his hand and immediately sent the message of the talisman into everyone's mind. Suddenly, all the mysterious heaven sect disciples understood what had happened. Before, Chu Hen and the others had gone to the metal temple to get the metal talisman. However, they had been killed by a native. The problem was that when they sent out the talisman, they were already dead. This wasn't a talisman but a talisman used to send information. However, such a matter shocked all the disciples of the mysterious heaven sect. They thought that there wouldn't be any danger in this mission and that it was just a normal trial. However, even a golden core cultivator like Chu Hen had died. This greatly shocked them. Impossible. Brother Chu Hen and the others are all dead. Killed by a native? This is a big joke. Brother Chu Hen is a golden core cultivator. Even if he can't beat the enemy, he can still escape. At the very least, he can explode his golden core and die with the enemy. Now he's dead. Even the explosion of his golden core can't do anything. Plotted against. That native definitely plotted against Brother Chu Hen. Otherwise, this wouldn't have happened. Damn native. How dare he kill a mysterious heaven sect disciple? He's looking for death. Immediately find that damned native and exterminate his entire clan. No one can kill a mysterious heaven sect disciple without paying a price. That native will die for sure. Brother Rong Hang, let's move immediately and find that native. We'll tear him into pieces. All the mysterious heaven sect disciples were furious. He was just a lowly native, yet he dared to kill someone from the mysterious heaven sect. This was an insult to the mysterious heaven sect's dignity. It was unforgivable. Everyone, don't worry. Rong Hang snorted coldly. The help talisman has recorded the native's aura. As long as he's still on this planet, he'll definitely die. Even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground, we'll find that damned bastard and tear him apart. His body emitted a terrifying murderous aura that condensed into a substance, causing countless cultivators to feel a chill in their hearts. Convey my orders. Immediately get all the senior and junior brothers to search for that native's whereabouts. If they discover him, immediately kill him on the spot. We absolutely can't let him escape. Rong Hang gave the order to hunt down that native. Many of the mysterious heaven sect disciples were filled with killing intent. The reason they wanted to kill this native wasn't that simple. It wasn't just because he had killed more than a dozen mysterious heaven sect disciples. More importantly, the other party had obtained the metal elemental spirit talisman, causing the 5 elemental spirit talisman to be incomplete. Only when the 5 elemental spirit talismans were gathered would it be possible to completely control the restriction formation of this planet. So no matter what, they had to find that native and seize the metal-type talisman. In the distance, the disciples of the Great Sky Sect and Mingyue Court also saw this scene. Through the words of the mysterious Heaven Sect disciples, they more or less understood what had happened. The mysterious Heaven Sect disciples didn't intend to hide it from the people of the Great Sky Sect and Mingyue Court. After all, this matter was too big to be concealed. I didn't expect Chu Hen and his group to actually die. This is really unbelievable. Chu Hen is a Golden Core Realm perfected master, and he has more than a dozen elite disciples of the mysterious Heaven sect with him. They are at least in the true Fire Realm. This kind of strength is enough to wipe out tens of thousands of wild beasts. Who can stop them? Yeah, not to mention that Chu Hen is also a famous Golden Core perfected master. His combat strength is tyrannical, and he is proficient in the Sword Dao superpower, Heaven Scar sword technique. His swordsmanship is unparalleled and can be said to be divine. Even if he can't beat the enemy, he can still escape. The problem is, Chu Hen can't even escape, and his Golden Core can't self-destruct. This is really unbelievable. It's not that hard to understand. It can only be said that the danger hidden in this planet is greater than we thought. Even the indigenous people of this planet may have hidden terrifying means. We can't be careless. Indeed, we must immediately inform our fellow disciples. Otherwise, if they are careless and think that they are invincible on this planet, they will fail miserably. At that time, we will really become a joke. The faces of the disciples of the two sects were solemn because Chu Hen's death had brought great shock to them. After all, he was a Golden Core perfected master, and his ability to survive was unparalleled. Experts like him rarely perished under normal circumstances. But now, one of them had actually died. His Golden Core couldn't self-destruct, and he died with his eyes wide open. This was really too exaggerated. Senior brother, the people of the mysterious Heaven sect are here. They seem to be asking us to accompany them to find the indigenous murderer. What should we do? A disciple of the Great Sky sect asked immediately, looking at the Golden Core perfected master of their sect. Just now, a disciple of the mysterious Heaven sect sent a message to the cultivators of the two sects, asking them to arrest the indigenous murderer who killed the disciples of the mysterious Heaven sect. We can't go. That indigenous person is someone who can even kill a Golden Core perfected master. Do we really not want to live if we dare to chase such a murderer? That's right. Those disciples of the mysterious Heaven sect are simply taking advantage of the situation. They want us to die and be cannon fodder. We definitely can't agree to such a thing, and we don't have to care about it either. That's easy for you to say. Right now, our interests are aligned with the mysterious Heaven sect. If the mysterious Heaven sect is unlucky, we will definitely be unlucky along with them. We have no choice but to go. That's true. We still need to go and search for them as an explanation. Everyone, don't work too hard. Just be careful. We just need to deal with the people of the mysterious Heaven sect. That's a good idea. We just need to deal with them. They must be dreaming if they want us to be cannon fodder for the mysterious Heaven sect. I really hope that the indigenous person can kill a few more Golden Core perfected masters of the mysterious Heaven sect. Let's see if they dare to continue being arrogant. The Golden Cores of the two major sects discussed the matter fervently. They were unwilling to agree to the mysterious Heaven sect's request. After all, the other party was a murderer who could kill Golden Cores. Even if they might have used some despicable methods, they could not deny that the other party could definitely fight against Golden Cores. If such a fiend were to really go berserk, it was not impossible for him to drag a few Golden Cores down with him before he died. However, the three sects were on the same side and could not find any reason to decline. Instantly, the disciples of the three sects took action to search for the murderer. A day later, on a plain where the spatial gate of the three sects was located, the disciples of the three sects were guarding the place in case the spatial gate was destroyed. Chapter 1459. Mingyue Court, Juntian Order, and Xiantian sect were stationed at the temporary space-time gate. This plain had been surrounded by the three sections. In just one day, many houses had been built within a radius of 100 miles, turning it into a small town, divided into three major residential areas. This was a trivial matter, for the Saint-level section's 3D printing technology could build a huge city in a few hours, as long as there were enough materials. If that was all, it would be fine. This small town itself was a formation of heaven and earth, combining defense and attack. If ordinary cultivators wanted to invade, they would die. It could be said that in order to build a permanent space-time gate, they had prepared a lot. However, such a defensive formation was useless in front of the sacred relic, the Pearl of Mountains and Rivers. Xia Ping used the power of the Pearl of Mountains and Rivers to escape into the void, easily appearing at the headquarters of the three sects without anyone noticing. His body was now wrapped in a mass of spatial energy, as if he had entered a different dimension. The disciples of the three sects came and went around Xia Ping, ignoring him. They did not know that there was an intruder standing next to them, and they could not feel anything. I didn't expect that the forces invading Planet 5 Elements were not only the Xiantian sect, but also the other two sects, Juntian Order and Mingyue Court. Xia Ping touched his chin. He had sneaked into this place and learned a lot of information. The three sects had a total of 3,000 elites, and each sect had 12 golden core perfected masters. Each disciple was at least in the divinity realm, and there were many treasure refining realm and true fire realm disciples. It could be said that this was a tyrannical force. Of course, now that he had killed one golden core perfected master, there were only 11 left in the Xiantian sect. Even so, their power was quite amazing, and the natives of Planet 5 Elements could hardly shake them. At this time, they split into several groups. Some went to snatch the 5 Elements talismans, and some stayed in place to build the Eternal Spacetime Gate. Once the Eternal Spacetime Gate was built, they would be able to send a steady stream of elites over. This is a little troublesome. Xia Ping touched his chin and stared at a space-time gate in the distance. According to the progress of these people, the Eternal Space-Time Gate would be built in a month. No need to worry. Corinne confidently said, as long as we can snatch all the 5 element spirit talismans and completely control this planet's 5 elements dragon sealing demon great array, no matter how many people these 3 big sects have, they will all turn into fine powder. Although the 3 major sects had a lot of combat power, compared to the backup left behind by the saints, they were like ants, not even worth mentioning. It was full of confidence. That's fine. Let them help us collect the 5 elements talismans. We'll make our move after they've collected all of them. Xia Ping formulated a plan. When the mysterious Heaven Sect disciples obtained the remaining 4 talismans, he would snatch them and kill them in one strike. There's a sound. Suddenly, Xia Ping happened to pass by a large courtyard. His divine sense sensed that there were 2 female voices inside. One of them was very powerful and had reached the Golden Core realm. A female voice said, "Is everything ready?" "Don't worry, Senior Sister Wu." Another female voice said, "Qiu Xue and Su Mei, those 2 bitches, didn't notice our plan at all. They foolishly followed our people out to hunt and quickly set off. As long as they leave this place, we can make our move at any time and end the lives of those 2 vixens. I guarantee that no one will be able to save them." Her tone was very smug as she plotted. Well done. They're just new disciples who just came to Moon Court. It's one thing if they don't behave themselves, but they're so arrogant, stirring up trouble everywhere, and even winning the favor of the Great Elder. If this continues, how can we, the senior sisters, continue to live? Won't the 2 of them climb on our heads and piss on us in the future? This kind of thing is absolutely not allowed. Senior Sister Wu sneered, her words full of jealousy. But Senior Sister Wu, to be honest, they're just 2 new disciples. Why do you care? Is there a need to go through so much trouble to deal with them? Another female asked. That's not true. Although those 2 are from a primitive planet, the problem is that they were brought back by Elder Wang. If we act too brazenly, we'll also be punished by the sect. We might even be executed. Senior Sister Wu said, but it's different in the dense fog galaxy. This place is full of danger. Even a golden core realm enlightened being can die. It's normal for those 2 new disciples to die here. Although the Great Elder admires the 2 of them, it's just admiration. If they die here, then even the Great Elder can't do anything about it. Moreover, these 2 little girls are not simple. They have amazing talent. In just 2 years, they've risen from the Purple Mansion realm to the peak of the Transcendent realm. They're even showing signs of stepping into the artifact refinement realm at any time. This kind of cultivation speed is too fast. If we don't suppress them, the world will be theirs in the future. There's no way for us to survive. Right now, who knows how many senior sisters in the sect want these two dead? After all, the sect only has so many resources. If they're all taken away by them, are we going to starve in the future? She didn't hide her killing intent towards Qiushue and Su Mei. This was the cruelty of the universe. Those who stood in their way naturally had to die, regardless of whether they were junior sisters or not. Indeed, it's like what Senior Sister Wu said. Those two are incomparably virtuous. They refuse to join our force even when we ask them to. Since that's the case, then let them die. This way, they won't be able to stand in our way. Who asked them to be natives without any background? The other girl also deeply agreed. In fact, she was also extremely jealous of Su Mei and Qiushue. Why were these two able to obtain the Great Elder's favor, while they couldn't even do anything to please him? This world was really too unfair. Let's go. It's almost time. They should be departing soon. Let's follow them immediately. Senior Sister Wu said in a deep voice, remember to report their whereabouts to me at all times. I'll rush over immediately. Yes, Senior Sister Wu. The other woman immediately said and then left the mansion. Qiushue? Su Mei? Hearing this, Xia Ping's eyes revealed a trace of light. He was naturally very familiar with these two names. One was his high school teacher, and the other was Su Ji's sister. Both of them were exceptional beauties that were hard to forget. Although in the universe, there were many people with the same name and surname, the problem was that two people with the same name just so happened to be the same. Was there such a coincidence? No matter what, he still decided to follow this girl. He wanted to see if she was someone he was familiar with. After all, Qiushue was his teacher. She had once educated him. Now that she was in danger, he couldn't just stand by and watch. Whoosh! Chapter 1460. Several hours later, in a forest hundreds of miles away from the spatial gate, a team from Mingyue Court appeared there, led by 4 or 5 senior sisters at the peak of treasure refinement level. The rest were all divine level. They had formed a team to kill the 5 elements beasts. Because the beast cores of the 5 elements beasts contained pure and majestic energy, it was equivalent to a supreme-grade medicinal pill. Obtaining one would bring great benefits, so the planet was full of treasures. The disciples of Mingyue Court were very excited. It was a great opportunity for them. After all, there were not so many 5 elements beasts to kill in other places. Su Mei and Qiushue were naturally in this team as well. Bam bam bam. Qiushue struck with her sword, freezing everything within 1,000 miles. Her sword was like 1,000-year-old ice, killing a dozen beasts in an instant. They split open in the middle, their corpses almost frozen into ice cubes. The place where she stood was covered in a thick layer of ice. Even the surrounding grass and trees were frozen, as if it had turned into a world of ice and snow. Even when the sun shone, it still emitted cold air and would not melt for years. Not to be outdone, Su Mei took out a bell and jingled it. Illusory psychic waves appeared in the air, distorting everything within a few miles. One by one, the beasts became disoriented as if they had fallen into an illusion, unable to tell directions. She immediately stepped forward and lightly patted the beasts, causing their bodies to explode in an instant. They were unable to resist at all. Senior Sister Qiushue is so powerful. It is said that she has successfully cultivated the 9 Heavens Frost Force, the sacred ultimate art of the sect. After devouring the Xianming Frost Qi, her ice spells are unparalleled. Even a cultivator at the initial stage of treasure refinement would be killed by her sword. It is indeed terrifying. The Xianming Frost Qi is comparable to the ice of heaven and earth. Ordinary flames cannot melt it, and once an enemy touches it, their blood will immediately freeze and they will die on the spot. Her body emits a terrifying chill at all times. If ordinary cultivators get close, their limbs will be frozen stiff and their strength will be impaired. She is so powerful. Although we can all learn the 9th Heaven's Frozen Dark Force, The problem is that even if we wanted to learn it, there are not many people in the sect who can do it. This is talent. No wonder the Great Elder has taken a liking to her. In time, she will be the Virgin of Mingyue Court. Senior Sister Su Mei is not bad either. She has successfully cultivated the Six Hells demonic tome, and her divine sense is 10 times stronger than normal cultivators. She has also devoured the Six Hells demonic chi, and her every move has a bewitching aura. If an ordinary person were to get close to it, they would be mesmerized and fall into the Six Hells' illusory realm, dying silently. Those savage beasts were easily killed just like that. Senior Sister Su Mei and Senior Sister Qiuxue are the most outstanding geniuses in Mingyue Court in recent years. It's a pity that they don't know how to behave themselves. It seems that their personalities are too tough, and they've offended quite a few senior sisters. What tough? It's those senior sisters who are too much of a bully. As soon as they come, they want us to pour tea, pass water, wash clothes, and fold blankets. They order us around like maids. Who can stand this kind of thing? Su Mei and Senior Sister Qiuxue just can't stand this kind of behavior, so they have a conflict with the senior sisters. That's all. Shut up. This is the senior sisters' business. Don't talk about it. Do you want to die? Quite a few female disciples of Mingyue Court were discussing among themselves. However, when this matter was brought up, they all shut up. After all, they didn't want to be involved in the dispute between their senior sisters. They are indeed very talented. However, geniuses who haven't grown up are just ants. Moreover, I won't give you two the chance to grow up. In the distance, a peak stage treasure refining realm disciple of Mingyue Court revealed a trace of jealousy in her eyes. She hated these kinds of talented women the most. Every time one of them appeared, she would want to destroy them. Strange. After killing so many savage beasts, Su Mei didn't look happy at all. She used her divine sense to send a message. Qiuxue, don't you feel that something is wrong? It's as if there's evil intentions all around. I'm afraid this mission of killing savage beasts won't be that simple. She had cultivated the Six Hells demonic tome, so she had all kinds of control over people's hearts. She was also very sensitive to danger. Immediately, she felt that this forest was full of danger. It's indeed a little strange. Qiuxue's beautiful eyes also revealed a trace of coldness. She also felt that something was wrong. Those few senior sisters of the treasure refining realm are filled with killing intent. They are targeting us everywhere. They even led us into the depths of the forest from time to time. I'm afraid it's a trap. It seems like we shouldn't stay here any longer. Let's find an excuse to leave the group and leave. It's not that easy to leave now. Do you see those senior sisters of the treasure refining realm? They are purposely scattered in every corner. Su Mei said, on the surface, it looks like they are protecting us junior sisters from the sudden appearance of savage beasts. In reality, it's to prevent us from escaping. They have sealed off our positions. Their intentions are very sinister. Don't worry. I have a few teleportation talismans on me. I can teleport 1,000 miles instantly. I can return to the camp at any time. Qiuxue said in a low voice, once we return to the camp, under the watchful eyes of everyone, I'm afraid that this group of people won't dare to act rashly. After all, killing a fellow disciple is a great taboo in any sect. It's a capital crime. I still feel that it's a little dangerous. Now, I'll test them and alert them. Let's see if we can leave and find out their plan. Su Mei wanted to test the senior sisters. Speaking up to this point, she suddenly looked at the senior sisters of Mingyue Court and said, Senior sisters, I suddenly feel a little uncomfortable. I want to return to the camp to rest. Let's call it a day. Is that okay? Oh, Junior Sister Su, you don't feel well? Is there a problem? If you want to return to the camp, that's naturally not a problem. Let me send you. A girl in green revealed a trace of coldness in her eyes. However, she still put on a look of concern. There's no need. I have a teleportation talisman on me. I can return to the camp in an instant. There's no need for senior sisters to help me. Su Mei smiled faintly. She said that she had a teleportation talisman on her and could return in an instant. Damn it. This bitch seems to have discovered something. She wants to escape. Don't wait anymore. If she really uses the teleportation talisman to return to the camp, I'm afraid we won't have another chance. As expected of a genius who has cultivated the Six Hells demonic book. It seems like she has discovered something. Unfortunately, we've set up an inescapable trap this time. There's no way she can escape. Activate the formation immediately. Seal the sky and lock the ground. The few treasure-refining realm girls of Mingyue Court communicated with their divine senses. They immediately saw each other's consciousness. They formed a seal with both hands and immediately activated the heaven and earth formation that had been set up in this place. Boom! In an instant, a heaven and earth formation appeared, covering a radius of 100 miles. It sealed the sky and locked the ground. Even the space seemed to be frozen. What? Chapter 1461. Senior sisters, what is the meaning of this? Su Mei's face was very serious. She secretly used the small shifting talisman on her, but found that it was useless. The surrounding space had been sealed by the heaven-earth formation, so there was no way to escape. Presumably, these senior sisters already knew that she had a small shifting talisman, so in order to prevent her from escaping, they had set up a space-sealing heaven-earth formation in this forest. Qiushu frowned. She knew how difficult it was to set up a space-sealing heaven-earth formation. Not only was it time-consuming, but it also required a lot of resources. Many cultivators might not be able to get the materials to set up a formation even if they sold everything they had. But now, in order to deal with the two of them, this group of people had gone to this extent. They were willing to pay any price to kill them here. It seemed that today's situation was very dangerous, with only a slim chance of survival. What do you mean? Don't play dumb. At this point, don't you know what's going on? Su Mei, Qiushu, you two will die here today. No one can save you. A woman in cyan had a ruthless look on her face. She was full of murderous intent. Senior Sister Lu, what are you doing? Are you going to kill Senior Sister Su and Senior Sister Qiushu? Isn't it a big crime to kill a fellow disciple? Some of the disciples of Mingyue Court were shocked. They didn't expect this to happen. Today was supposed to be an operation to kill wild beasts, but now it had become a shocking killing trap for Su Mei and Qiushu. The change was too fast. Bang, bang. Before the disciples of Mingyue Court could figure out what was going on, the woman in cyan immediately attacked. Dozens of sword chi shot out and bombarded the new disciples of Mingyue Court. In an instant, they were killed on the spot. They couldn't escape. There were only 4 or 5 disciples of Mingyue Court, Qiushu and Su Mei left. The others were all dead. You even killed these innocent disciples? Qiushu's beautiful eyes showed a trace of anger. Of course, who told them to know too much? They can only blame their bad luck. When they followed you out to train, it meant that they were already corpses. The woman in cyan had a cold look on her face. It seemed that killing these junior sisters was not a difficult decision. It was as simple as killing a few ants. Don't even think about escaping. This entire forest has a space-sealing array. You won't be able to leave with the minor shifting talismans on you. Just give up. She looked at Qiushu and Su Mei as if she was looking at dead people. You don't dare to kill us. Su Mei's beautiful eyes revealed a trace of coldness. We have the sage's mark on us. Whoever kills us will have the sage's mark on them. At that time, your evil deeds will be exposed. Even if you have someone backing you, they can't save you. They were the disciples of the sage. Although they were not the disciples of the sage yet, it was only a matter of time. Therefore, the sage left a mark on them as a warning to the enemy. Of course we have considered this point. Suddenly, another figure walked out from the depths of the forest, emitting a powerful aura. It was a perfected being at Golden Core Realm. She wore white robes and suppressed everyone present. Senior Sister Wu. Su Mei and Qiushu's pupils constricted. They immediately recognized that the woman in white was one of the 12 Golden Core Perfected Masters who led the team. They didn't expect that even the Golden Core Perfected Masters would make a move to deal with them. I didn't expect Senior Sister Wu to make a move to kill us. This is really like using a sledgehammer to kill chickens. Qiuxiu stared at the woman in white, senior sister Wu. Even a lion will try its best to catch a rabbit. Moreover, the two of you are disciples favored by the sage. Who knows what tricks you have? If we let you escape because of a moment of carelessness, we will be finished. No matter how cautious we are, it's never too much. The woman in white, senior sister Wu, sneered. With me around, you won't be able to escape no matter what tricks you have. TSK, as expected of Mingyue Pavilion's Wu Caixia. You are indeed ruthless. You won't even let go of your junior sister. I admire you. At this moment, another figure walked out. It was a young man in black. He had a frivolous look on his face, like a hedonistic son of a rich family. Xiantian Sect's Golden Core perfected master, Fang Jingjiao. Qiuxiu and Su Mei clenched their fists. They naturally knew the identity of the man in black in front of them. He was another Golden Core perfected master. Wu Caixia, a Golden Core perfected master, was enough to kill them dozens of times. Now that another one had appeared, it was simply a situation of certain death. There was no way to escape. Cut the crap. Wu Caixia snorted coldly. I asked you to come here so that you can kill these two women. This is the deal between you and me. Of course, if you are not willing to do it, I can knock them out and let the beasts kill them. It will have the same effect. She had many ways to avoid the sage's mark. She could let the beasts on this planet kill Qiuxiu and Su Mei so that they would not suspect her. However, she had cooperated with Fang Jingjiao and he knew about this matter. Hence, both parties made a deal. If she handed the two women over to Fang Jingjiao, she would be able to obtain many benefits. There would be a large number of elixirs that were beneficial to her cultivation. Since the two women were going to die anyway, she might as well make use of them. Junior sister Wu, don't be angry. I was just joking. How can I not want such exquisite women? Looking at Qiuxiu and Su Mei, Fang Jingjiao's eyes were filled with greed. Both of them are heaven's favored girls with extraordinary potential. If I can pluck them, it will definitely be beneficial to my cultivation. I will definitely not let go of such prey. In reality, he had his eyes on Qiuxiu and Su Mei for a long time. They were both disciples of Mingyue Court and were favored by the sage. Normally, he would not have any chance to touch them. However, things were different now. The disciples of Mingyue Court were fighting among themselves and had even set up a killing trap to kill the two. Hence, he stepped in and obtained the two women. He felt his heart stirring. Such exquisite women, if they continued to develop normally, would definitely become the saintess of a major sect. They would be high and mighty like fairies in the sky. They could be watched from afar but not played with. Now, he actually had the chance to pluck them. It was a great opportunity, a pie falling from the sky. Junior sister Qiuxiu, junior sister Su, come over here. Let's have some fun later. Fang Jingjiao laughed wickedly. He immediately reached out and clawed at them. Immediately, Su Mei and Qiuxiu felt their bodies being sealed by a heaven and earth formation. The qi around them turned into ropes. The power was so strong that it completely crushed them. The gap between them was too big. One was in the divine state and the other was in the golden core state. The difference of 2 or 3 major realms was practically endless. How could they resist? At that moment, a black spear pierced through the void with unparalleled ferocity. It instantly pierced through the qi claw and tore through everything, reaching Fang Jingjiao's chest. What? Chapter 1462. The person who attacked was Xia Ping. With the power of the Pearl of Mountains and Rivers, he had been following the disciples of the Mingyue Court, hiding at the side and not being discovered by anyone. Initially, he was just watching the show. However, when he saw that Qiuxiu and Su Mei were in a desperate situation and that 2 perfected golden core cultivators were attacking, he knew that he had to make a move. Otherwise, if the 2 perfected golden core cultivators really wanted to kill Qiuxiu and Su Mei, the 2 of them would probably be killed in an instant. Therefore, he chose to attack and stab Fang Jingjiao to death. Damn it, who is it? How dare you attack Fang Jingjiao? Fang Jingjiao was both shocked and furious. Even if he was beaten to death, he would never have thought that at this critical moment, there would actually be someone who would interfere and kill him in an instant. He was a perfected golden core cultivator, and his divine sense was extremely sensitive. Logically speaking, no one should be able to hide from his divine sense. Not to mention, there was also a heaven and earth formation that sealed off the surrounding space. Anyone who entered this formation would have nowhere to hide. They would be instantly exposed by their spells and would have nowhere to hide. Even so, he did not notice that there was someone lying in ambush. It was really unbelievable. Moreover, this spear was extremely terrifying and contained the power to kill a perfected golden core cultivator. The tip of the spear emitted wisps of hellish aura, tearing through the void and piercing through the demon. There was a vague sound of countless ghosts and gods wailing, sending chills down one's spine. If he was pierced by this spear, he would definitely die. Even his soul would be torn apart. Heaven and earth chessboard. Fang Jingjiao was a perfected golden core cultivator after all. At this critical moment, he completely unleashed the power of a golden core cultivator. The golden core in his body trembled and endless dermic powers surged out. Immediately, a formation of heaven and earth appeared around him. Golden lines intertwined with each other like a chessboard. Above the lines on the chessboard, many black and white chess pieces appeared. These chess pieces were all divine ability talismans, containing pure yang and pure yin energy. The two completely opposite black and white chess pieces approached each other and attracted each other like magnets. Then, they immediately exploded, producing a terrifying explosion in the void and stirring up the heaven and earth. Mystic Heaven Sect Mystical Ability, Heaven and Earth Chessboard. The disciples of Mingyue Court immediately recognized it as the Celestial Chessboard, which was unique to the Black Heaven Sect. It was said that once one successfully cultivated it, they would be able to control the pure Yang Qi and pure Yin Qi. In an instant, he was able to condense a heavenly chessboard grand formation within his body, and it instantly erupted, sealing the heavens and locking the earth, forming a heavenly chessboard domain that covered an area of 500 kilometers. Then, the black and white chess pieces appeared on the chessboard and attracted each other. Pure Yin Qi and pure Yang Qi were incompatible with each other, and like nuclear fission, they produced a terrifying explosion that shook the heavens and the earth. It was said that if this divine ability was cultivated to the extreme, a heaven and earth chessboard could instantly refine all the living beings on a planet to death. Who are they? Qiushue and Su Mei were surprised and bewildered instead. They didn't know exactly who this person that suddenly appeared was, and he was actually able to go against a Golden Core Realm expert. After all, Xia Ping's attack speed was too fast, and they couldn't see what he looked like. However, it was rather beneficial for them to have someone stand up against the Golden Core perfected ones. Perhaps they might have a chance of survival. Hell's Demon Suppression Spear, First Form, Nature. Suddenly, as though he had sensed the change in Fang Jingjiao's move, the Hell Spear in Xia Ping's hands danced immediately. The roars of dragons and tigers, and the wails of ghosts and gods shook the world as a terrifying power of hell burst forth. In the void, the spear shadows blasted out one after another. One after another, the words of hell flew out from the body of the hell's spear. Every single word of hell was distorted like ants from hell, and they were filled with hellish flames that burned fiercely. One after another, the words of hell appeared densely and formed a peerless article, as though it was writing the history of hell and creating a 1,000-year legend. One after another, the peerless article appeared, turning into a 1,000-year history book. In the blink of an eye, the 1,000-year history book turned into a gigantic painting of hell, with winds and clouds surging and suppressing the heavens. It was as though the plane of hell had descended into the mortal world, with ghosts and gods wreaking havoc and evil ghosts running amok. This place had turned into hell on earth. Immediately, the heaven and earth chessboard was smashed by the spear, shattering like glass. With a crackling sound, the black and white chess pieces fell to the ground, creating huge craters. In fact, the entire heaven and earth chessboard was covered in hellish flames. It was like gasoline being ignited, burning fiercely. Every bit of energy of heaven and earth was turned into fuel for the hellish flames, spreading for miles. Ah! Fang Jingjiao screamed. Because the heaven and earth chessboard was destroyed, his mystique was destroyed, and he was severely injured. His organs were suffering from the backlash, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood like a fountain. In fact, the hellish flames even seeped into his body, using his flesh as fuel and starting to burn. Damned piece of trash, I'll never forgive you. Fang Jingjiao was infuriated. He burned the power of his Jindan, wanting to fight with all his might. You won't have a chance. Xia Ping dashed forward and stabbed out with the spear, piercing Fang Jingjiao's body. At this moment, Fang Jingjiao's martial mystique, the heaven and earth chessboard, was broken, and he was suffering from the backlash. He had no strength to fight back at all, and could only watch as the spear stabbed towards him. No, no, no! Fang Jingjiao screamed, his eyes filled with fear. He tried to beg for mercy, but it was too late. In an instant, his body was pierced by the spear. His entire body was torn apart, and the air exploded. A huge mushroom cloud erupted in the sky, and the energy of heaven and earth was in chaos. In the next second, Fang Jingjiao turned into ashes, evaporating from the world. Only a Jindan was left on the ground, and this Jindan naturally fell into Xia Ping's hands. How is this possible? This is a Jindan perfected one, and he was killed by a spear just like that. The disciples of Mingyue court were shocked, and they trembled when they saw this scene. They knew how powerful Fang Jingjiao was. As one of the 12 perfected golden cores who led the team from Xintian sect, there was no doubt that he was much more powerful than many of the perfected golden cores from Mingyue court. However, such a powerful person was killed by a spear just like that, by someone who suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Although Fang Jingjiao was also careless, and the enemy's sudden sneak attack caught him off guard, the fact that he was able to kill Fang Jingjiao with a spear was enough to prove how powerful the enemy was. The disciples of Mingyue court who were present felt a chill in their hearts. The appearance of such a powerful enemy made them no longer want to kill Qiushu and Su Mei. Their minds were filled with the thought of running for their lives. Not only did the ordinary disciples think so, even Wu Caixia, who was a perfected one in the Golden Core realm, had the same thought. She shuddered, and no one knew better than her how powerful that spear was. Chapter 1463. Xia Ping. Both Qiushue and Su Mei were shocked. No one was more shocked than them because after the battle ended, they realized that the person who saved them was someone they were familiar with. Normally, Xia Ping should still be in the cloud world. After all, only 2 years had passed. Even if they racked their brains, they would never have imagined that they would see Xia Ping again on Planet 5 Elements in the dense fog star field. This was simply unbelievable. What shocked them even more was that Xia Ping's strength had far surpassed theirs. He could kill a golden elixir realm cultivator head-on. This strength was so strong that it made people's hair stand on end. 2 years ago, everyone's martial arts level was about the same. Moreover, they had joined the saint-level sect, Moon Court, received sufficient training, and learned saint-level unique skills. Even so, they couldn't compare to Xia Ping's speed of advancement. This was a little too exaggerated. Run! In an instant, Wu Caixia immediately fled. She couldn't care less about her junior sisters. If he could kill Fang Jingjiao, a golden elixir realm cultivator, she would die if she stayed here. Swoosh! She used her extreme speed and turned into a rainbow, escaping quickly. This was the Moon Court's extremely powerful speed magic, flying rainbow technique. Her speed was so fast that ordinary people couldn't catch up at all. Magic, Great Yin-Yang Tablet Smashing Palm. Xia Ping's eyes revealed a trace of coldness. There seemed to be yin and yang currents swirling in the depths of his pupils. He slapped out with an earth-shattering palm. This palm was all-encompassing, as if it was holding China in its palm. It encompassed the universe and swept across all directions. The yin-yang formation enveloped everything within a radius of 1,000 miles, and the qi of heaven and earth was attracted. What? Wu Caixia was extremely shocked because this palm pressed down. The surrounding chi of heaven and earth seemed to turn into a swamp, hindering her from moving forward. Even her speed was slowed down. This palm even locked onto her aura. It crossed the space and crushed towards her. In the next second, her entire body was grabbed by a big hand. Chi exploded inch by inch and was violently flung. Immediately, her body fell from mid-air like a bird with broken wings. The ground immediately shook into a huge pit. There was a cracking sound, and soil flew everywhere. This palm exploded with terrifying shockwaves that swept out in all directions. The surrounding trees were all turned into dust. This was a palm that could destroy heaven and earth, and it was impossible to block. The other 5 or 6 treasure refining stage disciples of Mingyue Court were nearby as well. They were caught off guard and were hit by the aftershock of the palm strike. Just like that, they were killed and turned into a cloud of blood mist. They didn't even have time to scream. Pooh! Wu Caixia also fell heavily to the ground and couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Her clothes were also torn to pieces, revealing her fair skin and graceful figure. With a whoosh, Xia Ping arrived in front of her and looked down at her. No, don't kill me. As long as you spare me, I'm willing to be your slave. I don't care what you want to do to me. Wu Caixia begged. She looked at Xia Ping pleadingly, hoping to sell herself in exchange for her life. She did not hide her beautiful figure at all, hoping that the man in front of her would be interested in her. In order to survive, she would not hesitate to become this man's female slave. What? When Qiu Xue and Su Mei heard these words, they were extremely shocked. Wu Caixia was such an arrogant woman in Mingyue Court. Her eyes were at the top of her head, and she was extremely arrogant. She didn't even look at people when she walked. Now, in order to survive, she was willing to become this man's slave. They knew Xia Ping's character. He was shameless and liked to play the flute every night. If he could get a female slave from a big sect, he would probably be ecstatic. There was no doubt that these two men would definitely hook up and collude with each other. They were a match made in heaven. Can I really do anything? Xia Ping's eyes suddenly lit up. He stared at Wu Caixia and looked up and down her figure. He looked like he was tempted. Ah, pervert. Qiu Xue and Su Mei's eyes became more and more unfriendly. Now, Xia Ping's actions really confirmed their inner thoughts. This shameless pervert couldn't resist Wu Caixia's hua and was about to hook up with her. Perhaps, in a moment, these two people would be like dry wood and a raging fire. Of course, as long as you are willing, this servant knows 36 moves in the bedroom. I can let master be a bridegroom every night. You will be glorious in the nirvana, and the aftertaste will be endless. Seeing that Xia Ping seemed to be tempted, Wu Caixia struck while the iron was hot. She showed a charming look and directly called herself a servant, as if she was lowly and at his mercy. This appearance, however, made Qiu Xue and Su Mei even angrier. They wanted to slap this woman. It was simply shameless. She had lost all her dignity as a woman. In order to survive, she actually abandoned her dignity and wagged her tail to a man. She was really shameless to the extreme. She was a disgrace among women, and they were ashamed to be associated with her. Very good. If you didn't want to sneak attack me, maybe I would really agree. Xia Ping suddenly made a move, and a spear stabbed out as fast as lightning. What? Before Wu Caixia could reveal a look of joy, her eyes were filled with panic and unwillingness. In the next second, the black spear had pierced through her head, and the terrifying transcendence energy vibrated, instantly turning her body into dust. A dignified Jindan stage master was beheaded on the spot just like that. Dead. Qiu Xue and Su Mei were dumbfounded. They didn't expect that Xia Ping would actually kill a flower so ruthlessly. He did not leave any leeway and stabbed Wu Caixia, a Jindan stage master of Mingyue Pavilion, to death. In fact, Xia Ping had been on guard against Wu Caixia. No matter what, the other party was a Jindan stage master. If he was forced into a desperate situation, she would immediately explode her Jindan and die with him. Moreover, the other party was cruel and merciless. She was like a poisonous scorpion. For such a person, how could he be at ease? He was always monitoring her every move. So when he found that there was something wrong with the other party, he immediately killed her. Bang! At the moment of Wu Caisha's death, a glass bottle in her hand also fell to the ground. It immediately exploded and broke into pieces. Immediately, a cloud of red mist quickly spread out, and the speed was extremely fast. In an instant, the red mist spread for a radius of several miles. Xia Ping, Qiushue, and Su Mei were also caught off guard and were immediately affected by the red mist. Because the speed was too fast, the three of them could not react in time. Moreover, the red mist was very special. Even if they held their breath, they couldn't do anything about it. It penetrated through the Dharma treasures, seeped through the skin, and directly invaded the body. It was extremely invasive. Oh no, I still fell for it. Inhaling the red mist, Xia Ping felt the blood in his body burning. It was even hotter than when he activated the Golden Crow of Hell bloodline. Even his reason was burned away. At this moment, Su Mei and Qiushue seemed to be summoned by instinct and walked towards Xia Ping. What do you want to do? Don't mess around, female hooligans. Chapter 1464. One day later. In a hidden cave. After a day of torment, the war finally calmed down. Beast, scumbag, pervert. Qiushu glared at Xia Ping, her pretty face flushed red. She wanted nothing more than to bite Xia Ping to death. Only the heavens knew what kind of nightmare had happened yesterday. She had actually carelessly had an indescribable relationship with this bastard. One had to know that she was this guy's teacher. He even dared to fuck her teacher. This was simply audacious and shameless to the extreme. Of course, if that was all, it would have been fine. But Su Mei had also fallen for it. With a dragon and 2 phoenixes, this bastard had enjoyed the bliss of having 2 wives. Thinking of what had happened yesterday, she wanted nothing more than to faint and never get up again. She was extremely embarrassed and angry. However, she also knew that this matter could not be blamed on Xia Ping. This was also unavoidable. One had to know that the red mist that leaked out from the broken bottle yesterday was the famous 7-6U mist. This red mist was a natural mist. It was not a poisonous mist, but an extremely strange energy. That was why it ignored all kinds of defenses on their bodies and seeped into their bodies. Once one was hit by this mist, their most primitive instincts would immediately be triggered. If they did not undergo dual cultivation, it would lead to a mental breakdown and death due to the depletion of their blood essence. It was simply impossible to guard against. Previously, Wu Caisha took out this bottle of mist to deal with Xia Ping. If Xia Ping was hit by this mist, he would immediately become her captive, unable to extricate himself and lose his mind like a beast. Then she could use her unique divine ability to slowly refine Xia Ping into her slave. Unfortunately, before she could do anything, she was stabbed to death by Xia Ping's spear. However, she did not expect that when the bottle fell, the red mist would still spread out, causing Xia Ping, Su Mei, and Qiushu to fall for it at the same time. After a day and a night, the effect of the mist was considered to have ended. Tell me, how do you want to solve this matter? Qiushu gritted her teeth and stared at Xia Ping. I feel that we still need to get rid of the root of his trouble, lest he continues to harm other women, Su Mei said faintly. Her words revealed a dense murderous intent, showing signs of turning evil. Although she had a charming face like a vixen, her personality was very conservative. She had never touched a man before. Now that she had lost her chastity, one could imagine her current grief and indignation. She even wanted to cut off the root of Xia Ping's trouble. In fact, she really did have such a plan. Her beautiful eyes looked at a certain part from time to time. Teacher Qiu, Sister Su, how can you blame me for this? I'm also a victim, and I'm a virgin. I've lost a lot. What you're doing is like an old cow eating young grass. Xia Ping felt that he was also a victim and was wrongly accused. He was caught off guard for a moment and fell for it. Who's eating the cradle? Don't you have any shame? Su Mei spat at Xia Ping. She was so angry that she almost died. It was obvious that she had taken advantage of Xia Ping, but he still revealed an appearance as if he was the victim. His skin was so thick that there was no end to it. Victim my S. So what if you're a naked man? You're not allowed to call me teacher anymore. Qiushu was so ashamed that she wanted to die. Especially when she heard the word, teacher, she felt even more ashamed and angry. It was as if she had done something terrible and violated all kinds of morals. If you don't want to scream, then don't scream. Anyway, just pretend that this never happened. It's like a dream. Anyway, isn't this kind of thing very common in modern society? A one-night stand or something. Xiaoping said, "What do you mean? Do you want to be irresponsible and take off your pants?" Su Mei's beautiful eyes revealed a trace of dangerous light. Although she also wanted to forget about this matter and treat it as a dream. The problem was that she was the only one who brought up this matter. Now that Xiaoping said it, wouldn't that mean that she was the one who was dumped? She was the kind of woman who was abandoned by a man. Regarding this matter, she couldn't tolerate it. Her pride wouldn't allow it. Qiushu's expression was also very unkind as she stared at Xiaoping. Of course not. Actually, I also want to marry the two of you. I'm just afraid that the two of you won't agree. Xiaoping blinked his eyes. Qiushu spat, "Dream on. You still want to marry the two of us." She wanted to bite Xiaoping to death. "Wait, you don't have any relationship with my sister, right?" Su Mei suddenly thought of this problem. She remembered that her sister seemed to have a scandal with this bastard, but she was busy advancing to the Purple Mansion realm and didn't pay much attention to it. There isn't much relationship. We just took a bath together and met each other once. Xiaoping said with a guilty conscience. What? Su Mei's beautiful eyes revealed a trace of cold light. Hee hee, you already have that kind of relationship with my sister, and you still want to marry me? From what you mean, you want to marry both sisters. Your ambition isn't small. To be honest, I do have this kind of dream, a harem of 3,000. Xiaoping revealed a little bit of his little ambition. As expected, it's better to cut off this kind of beast in human clothing. Su Mei's entire body was emitting a black aura as though she was about to turn black. It was unknown when she held a treasured saber in her hand, which was brimming with killing intent. Swish. In an instant, she slashed her saber at Xiaoping with incomparably fast speed. The saber chi congealed into a pitch-black line, which seemed to split the space apart and was extremely sharp. Even if the mica steel was to face the saber, it would be split into two. The power of this saber was extremely terrifying, and the saber chi's power had actually reached the initial stage of the treasure refinement realm. In fact, after a day and night of dual cultivation, Xiaoping instinctively used the supreme dual cultivation technique, the telepathic heart technique. Thus, Su Mei and Qiushu obtained enormous benefits. Yin and yang fused together, heaven and man became one, and heaven and earth became mother and father. The two of them also broke through to the early stage of the treasure refinement realm. Because of the telepathic heart technique, they also obtained a lot of Xiaoping's martial arts experience, allowing their cultivation to advance by leaps and bounds. They even learned many of Xiaoping's martial arts abilities, such as the Lion Vajra print, the 7 Evil Dragon Roar, the Azure Emperor Longevity Technique, the Lightning Fist, and so on. Of course, they did not learn the martial arts abilities instilled by the system. It seemed that in the depths of Xiaoping's soul, they could not be touched at all. But even so, these martial arts experience also raised the martial arts strength of the two to an incredible realm. Xiaoping patted lightly, and his palm bloomed with white light, like white jade, blocking in front of the saber. Immediately, the black saber chi was immediately shattered into powder and turned into heaven and earth yuan chi. Damn it! Su Mei was even angrier. She waved her long saber, and dozens of black saber chi appeared in the air. It fell down like a storm, extremely violent. Bang bang bang. Xiaoping stood in place and did not move. A layer of ancient turtle shell-like energy shield appeared around his body, like a crystal wall. The saber chi bombarded it and did not move at all. It could not break through at all. In front of the North Dark Body Protection Technique, such saber chi had no effect. And this time, he also obtained great benefits from the dual cultivation. He obtained the pure yin chi from the two of them and merged it with the pure yang chi in his body. The fusion of yin and yang made his spiritual power increase greatly. In an instant, he was promoted to the middle stage of the true fire realm, and his strength increased greatly. Therefore, no matter how Su Mei attacked, she could not do anything to him. The difference in strength was too great. In this way, she was beaten by Su Mei for a full 10 minutes. She only stopped when her spiritual power was exhausted. Damn it, this turtle shell. Chapter 1465. A few days later, Qiu Xue and Su Mei had let go of their conflict with Xia Ping because they knew it wasn't his fault. It was purely an accident and no one could have avoided it. Most importantly, even if they were angry, they couldn't do anything to Xia Ping. So after thinking about it, they let it go and treated it as if they had been bitten by a puppy. But after this dual cultivation, they had benefited a lot. The large amount of life essence from Xia Ping had not only boosted their cultivation, but also improved the nature of their lives. Therefore, the two immediately went into seclusion to consolidate their cultivation. Otherwise, if they didn't tame the sudden increase in mana, their cultivation would regress and they would be seriously injured. Xia Ping was the same. He was also in seclusion. He had just obtained the essence of two beautiful women and broke through to the middle stage of the true fire realm. His mana had increased and he needed to consolidate it. Because of the telepathy art, he had also obtained the two ultimate skills from Qiu Xue and Su Mei. They were the 6th Hell Demonic Book and the 9th Heaven Force. These were the famous ultimate skills of Mingyue Court. Originally, even Su Mei and Qiu Xue would not be able to reveal such an ultimate technique. Mingyue Pavilion had set up a restrictive power in their minds. If anyone dared to covet or forcefully pry into it, the restrictive power would immediately explode, killing the two of them. Actually, this was a method unique to the Saint class sections. It was to prevent their sect's absolute arts from being obtained by others. After all, there were countless fugitives in the universe, and there might be people who wanted to target the disciples of the Saint class sections. Without this method, the ultimate skills of the sects would have been leaked long ago and the streets would be full of them. But even though the restraining power in the mind was very strong, the telepathy art was too amazing. It could penetrate the soul and ignore the restraining power. Therefore, Xia Ping had easily obtained the two ultimate skills from Su Mei and Qiu Xue. Rumbled Xia Ping used the pure yang immortal technique to adapt to the sudden increase in mana. After advancing to the middle stage of the true fire realm, the strength of his divine consciousness was much stronger. The spiritual fire was burning fiercely, and in the purple mansion space, it was like a sea of fire with a radius of 1,000 miles. The mana in his body doubled and the purple mansion continued to expand. At the same time, the hell golden crow cells in his body were awakening at a crazy rate. 10,000 cells, 20,000 cells, 30,000 cells. In the end, he had awakened 100,000 hell golden crow cells. So far, he had awakened 800,000 golden crow hell cells. Xia Ping punched out lightly. He didn't use any magic power, just the strength of his body. The fist energy exploded and a tremor could be heard from 100 miles away. The fist energy instantly pierced through the mountain. He could vaguely feel the power of the 800,000 hell cells in his body being mobilized. It was as if the power of 800,000 small suns was being activated. His power was boundlessly terrifying. He could probably kill a true fire realm cultivator with one punch with just his strength alone. 9 Heavens Dark Force. Xia Ping circulated this newly learned absolute art. In fact, with Qiu Xu's martial arts experience, his mastery of this absolute art also progressed at lightning speed. He basically learned it in a single night. He stretched out a palm, and a snowstorm immediately appeared in his palm. It spun rapidly, and then quickly condensed into a white talisman. It was like an ice crystal, sparkling and translucent, and emitted a frightening chill. Xia Ping gently hit out with his palm, and a rock in the distance was instantly frozen into a block of ice. Even the ground was eroded by the chill, and was gradually frozen. In an instant, the cave turned into a cave of ice and snow. The temperature was at least -10 degrees Celsius. Ordinary people who entered would feel their blood freeze. Even peeing would cause their penis to freeze. It was so cold that even a drop of water would turn into ice. It's still a little lacking. Xia Ping's eyes lit up. Although the power of this absolute art was much stronger than Qiushu's, it was purely because his martial arts realm was too high. If they were in the same realm, the power of this palm would probably be much weaker than Qiushu's. The reason was that Qiushu had devoured the Shenming cold qi in order to cultivate this absolute art. This also increased the power of this absolute art by a level, and every move she made would cause the Shenming cold qi to explode. He felt that this absolute art was similar to the Yang God Fist. Although one was an ice attribute absolute art, and the other was a fire attribute absolute art, they both devoured and absorbed different kinds of energy between heaven and earth, which made the absolute art's power continuously increase. This was a martial art with extremely high growth potential. However, if he could find many different kinds of ice to devour and absorb in the future, he believed that he could improve the Nine Heavens' dark power to a power comparable to the Yang God Fist. 6 Hell Demonic Book. Xia Ping experimented with the sacred absolute art that he had obtained from Su Mei. Immediately, a mass of devil qi emerged from the depths of his body and quickly condensed into a black talisman. There seemed to be abyssal characters twisting in the depths of the talisman, wriggling like an abyssal demon worm, emitting a dark, deep, ancient, strange, hellish, and other auras. If ordinary warriors saw this black talisman, they would immediately feel dizzy. They would be affected by the fluctuations of devil qi and fall into the illusion of a boundless hell. People with weak psyche would not be able to extricate themselves, and even warriors with strong psyche would be greatly affected. Their bodies would become weak, and their minds would be injured. The 6 Hell Demonic Book was an absolute art that was very beneficial to Xia Ping. Its foundation was to devour devil qi in the void, and to evolve the 6 paths of hell, which were the heavenly path, the Azura path, the animal path, the human path, the hungry ghost path, and the hell path. Once it was used, the enemy would fall into a boundless devil hell, unable to extricate themselves, and suffer endless torture. Xia Ping's body had already devoured a large amount of abyss devil qi, so when he cultivated this absolute art, he progressed at lightning speed. It was as if it was created for him. In reality, this absolute art was created by a saint of Mingyue Pavilion in ancient times, in order to resist the erosion of the abyss devil qi while fighting against the abyss devil qi. The power of this absolute art was endless. If one successfully cultivated it, he could be called a demon lord, and could come and go as he pleased in the abyss. However, there were too few people suitable for this absolute art. Even if one's talent was suitable, it would be extremely difficult to walk to the end. If one was unable to control the devil qi in their body, they would completely turn into a demon. But this was nothing to Xia Ping. The golden crow of hell bloodline in his body had finished suppressing the abyss devil qi. Even if the devil qi wanted to rebel, it would become food for the golden crow of hell and be devoured cleanly. Qiushue and Su may have also finished their closed-door cultivation, but it's time to leave. Xia Ping slightly consolidated his cultivation and could be considered to have completely stabilized himself. He could control the explosive power in his body. At this time, he sensed Qiushue and Su Mei's auras coming out from another cave. Chapter 1466. One day later, in a cave somewhere, Xia Ping, Qiushu, and Su Mei sat together. "You're leaving?" Qiushu looked at Xia Ping with a complicated expression. She didn't know what kind of emotions she should face this guy. Was he her student or the man who took her first time? "Yes, I must get the 5 Elements Talisman. This planet is the territory of the Stars sect. No one can touch it." Xia Ping nodded. He had decided to start taking action against the Black Heaven sect. If it was before, he would be more or less worried about the Black Heaven sect. After all, the other party had 11 perfected golden cores and thousands of disciples. They were very powerful. If these people fought with their lives on the line, even he would be in danger. However, now that he had advanced to the middle stage of the true fire realm and learned the 9 heavens mysterious dark force and the 6 hell demonic book, his strength had greatly increased. He no longer cared about the people from the Black Heaven sect. At this moment, Qiushue and Su Mei also knew why Xia Ping had appeared in this place. Xia Ping had also briefly explained his experiences over the past few years. They knew that this planet was the territory of the fallen sacred class sect, Myriad Star sect. It was impossible for Xia Ping to give up such a place. I went back to the camp earlier and received some news. The elites of the mysterious heaven sect have already arrived at the Wood God Temple. Once they break the restrictions of the Wood God Temple, they will have 4 5 elements spirit talismans on them. Su Mei said, providing the information she knew. In fact, when she and Qiushu came out of seclusion yesterday, they went back to the camp to report their whereabouts so that the people of Mingyue Court would not think that they were dead. Then, they helped Xia Ping investigate various information about the Black Heaven sect. Then, they found an excuse to tell Xia Ping all kinds of news. You're indeed my wife. You still care about me at the critical moment. Xia Ping said with a smile. With Su Mei as a spy, he could control every move of the Black Heaven sect at any time. After all, the people of the Black Heaven sect could not possibly know that there was a spy for Xia Ping. Who's your wife? Don't talk nonsense. Hearing this, Su Mei's face turned red and she fiercely glared at Xia Ping. Also, if you return to the Heaven and Earth sect, don't tell my sister about this. Otherwise, you and I will be absolutely irreconcilable. I won't let you off for the rest of my life. She also learned about Su Ji's current situation from Xia Ping. She knew that Su Ji had left the Cloud Realm, joined the Heaven and Earth sect, and even became an elder's disciple. This made her feel much more at ease. The only thing he was worried about was that his sister might be eaten without bones if she stayed with this bastard Xia Ping. But now that she had been eaten by that bastard Xia Ping, she was no longer qualified to say such words. Of course, she also knew that her sister would find out about her relationship with Xia Ping sooner or later, but she still hoped that the time could be delayed a little so that she could be fully prepared. Don't worry, I won't say anything if you don't want to. I'm a man who keeps his promises. However, will there be any major problems when you return to Mingyue Pavilion? After all, many disciples of Mingyue Pavilion died, and even a golden core perfected master was killed. How are you going to explain when you return? Xia Ping was a little worried about the safety of Qiushu and Su Mei in Mingyue Pavilion. After all, even a golden core perfected master was dead, but Su Mei and Qiushu were still alive. This was very difficult to explain. What else do I need to explain? I'll just say that when we were hunting the 5 element savage beasts, we suddenly encountered a mysterious and powerful enemy. At that time, we used the minor transference talisman to escape. Su Mei said, as for Wu Caixia and the others, they were unlucky. They were taken care of and had no way to escape at all. They were completely killed by the mysterious enemy. They didn't suspect anything? Xia Ping raised his eyebrows. They were a little suspicious, but there was a group of people who had a guilty conscience. They were most worried that the crime of secretly killing their fellow sect members would be exposed. After all, if the truth was exposed, they would also be finished. Therefore, they were also people who liked things to calm down the most. They used all kinds of tricks to make the investigation unable to continue. They even personally went to the scene to destroy the evidence. Su Mei said, right, that mysterious enemy seemed to be the same person who killed Xiantian Sect's golden core perfected Master Chu Hen. In other words, you were also framed by Mingyue Pavilion. She looked at Xia Ping with a hint of schadenfreude. So be it. It's not a burden to have too many debts. Xia Ping was very calm. However, you are not dead yet. That group of people who have their eyes on you will not let it go so easily. They won't continue to ambush you, right? Not for the time being. Qiushu said, their plan failed. In fact, they also suspect that we have some mysterious trump card on us that can escape the pursuit of golden core perfected masters. Before they investigate clearly, they dare not act rashly. Furthermore, we have advanced to treasure refinement realm and our strength has increased tremendously. This caused them to be suspicious and think that we have a golden core backing us. That's why their plan was ruined. Xia Ping nodded. After all, Treasure Refinement Realm was completely different from Divine Power Realm. Their strength was many times stronger and the sect valued them greatly. Furthermore, Treasure Refinement Realm's survival capabilities were much stronger. Most importantly, among the many golden core perfected ones in Mingyue Pavilion, not all of them wanted to kill Qiushue and Su Mei. There were also some who liked them. With that incident, the other golden cores did not dare to act rashly. Right, why don't we dual cultivate a few more times? I feel that dual cultivation would benefit both of us greatly. With yin and yang as one, I'm afraid you guys can improve even faster. Xia Ping suggested, wanting to dual cultivate again. Get lost. Who would want to dual cultivate with you? Qiushu and Su Mei blushed and shouted in unison, wishing they could bite that hooligan to death. What happened a few days ago was an accident, but that bastard wanted to do it a few more times. He was shameless to the extreme. However, they had to admit that the dual cultivation this time round was extremely helpful to them. Obtaining Xia Ping's martial experience was akin to being enlightened by a martial Dao grandmaster, allowing them to avoid many detours. In fact, they even obtained the pure yang essence from Xia Ping's body. The energy was immense and they were constantly tempering their bodies, improving their endowments and raising their soul energy. It was as though they had obtained a supreme-grade elixir that emitted endless medicinal power within their bodies at all times. If they were to dual cultivate a few more times, they might be able to advance to true fire realm before long. The problem was that it was way too embarrassing and they could not accept it for a moment. Forget it then. I'll make a move first to find trouble with those people from Black Heaven sect. You guys head back to the camp first. Also, leave 5 Elements Planet as soon as possible. Once I obtain the 5 Elements Spirit Talisman, I'll take action and eliminate the enemy. Xia Ping stood up and left, leaving those words behind. Be careful, see you later. Qiushu and Su Mei reminded Xia Ping as they watched him leave. However, they were not worried about not being able to contact Xia Ping later on because they had obtained Xia Ping's universe communicator number. Once they returned to Mingyue Pavilion, they could contact him through the universe virtual network. Chapter 1467. Wood God Temple. At that moment, a large number of Black Heaven sect disciples had arrived. 10 golden cores joined forces and used their divine abilities. Immediately, a heaven and earth formation rose up and condensed into a cloud and mist. Rays of energy light descended from the cloud and mist one after another, like lightning and thunder. These rays of light covered the sky and the earth, easily piercing through the bodies of the wild beasts. Large batches of wood-type wild beasts died. All of them were killed. Huge holes appeared on the ground with loud rumbles. A restriction-breaking talisman shot in and the restriction formation around the wood god temple collapsed. Immediately, a green wood element talisman appeared in front of everyone, emitting a faint green light. Black Heaven sect's golden core disciple, Rong Hang, grabbed the wood element talisman in his hand. He was the leader of the Black Heaven sect disciples and had the other 3 talismans in his hand. We finally got the wood element talisman. A golden core dressed in red said excitedly, up till now, we've obtained a total of 4 spirit talismans. If we can obtain a metal elemental spirit talisman as well, we'll be able to fuse the 5 spirit talismans together and refine them completely. Then, we'll be able to gain complete control of this planet's 5-element Sky Dragon Fiend sealing formation and take this planet for ourselves. He felt that the sect mission was about to be completed. Once it was completed, he would receive a huge reward from the sect. However, that gold element talisman has already been obtained by the person who killed junior brother Chu Hen. How detestable! We clearly sent a large number of people to search everywhere, but we can't find any traces of the murderer. He probably knows that we're after him and has already hidden. Also, this planet is huge and comparable to an ordinary star. If he wants to hide, it'll be difficult for us to find him. Many Black Heaven sect disciples gritted their teeth. Recently, They had been searching everywhere for Xia Ping and even carried out a carpet search. However, they could not find any traces of him. It was as though he had disappeared from the planet. They were very worried that if he just left Planet 5 Elements and hid on another planet in the fog star zone, they might never be able to find him again. As for revenge, that was even more distant. He's not hiding. Instead, he's extremely arrogant. Recently, he's also committed crimes. A Golden Core perfected master from Mingyue Court, Wu Caixia, and junior brother Fang Jingjiao were also killed by this bastard. Another 2 Golden Core perfected masters died. Ong Hang sneered. He had obtained this news from the Golden Cores of Mingyue Pavilion. What? Another 2 Golden Cores had died. Even Fang Jing's junior brother is dead? He's too arrogant and killed yet another Golden Core of Xiantian sect. That bastard is courting death. Fellow brothers, we can't let this go on. Otherwise, who knows how many more people will be killed? The problem is that the guy is proficient in concealment techniques. We can't find any trace of him at all. Damn it, this is too hateful. Could it be that we can only watch as that madman does whatever he wants on Planet 5 Elements? Don't worry, fellow brothers. That scoundrel won't be rampant for long. I've already reported this matter to the sect elders. Once the eternal space-time gate is completed to a certain extent, the elders can immediately teleport over. At that time, no matter where that scoundrel hides, he will die without a burial ground. That's great. The elders are powerful and their divine senses are powerful. They can instantly cover the entire planet. Under the elders' divine senses, that scoundrel has nowhere to hide. Many Xiantian sect disciples were extremely excited. They believed that as long as the Xiantian sect elders made a move, the murderer would have no way to live. After all, the elders were too powerful and could shake the entire planet. Their divine senses were boundless. I heard that you're looking for me? There's no need to wait for your elders. I'll appear in front of you now. Suddenly, a voice rang out nearby. It came from afar and quickly spread to the ears of every Xiantian sect disciple. With a swoosh, a figure appeared in front of everyone. This person was obviously Xia Ping. However, at this time, he had changed his appearance and aura. After all, he was here to kill people. This would definitely offend the Xiantian sect, so he could not reveal his true identity. Who is it? Rong Hang and the others were shocked. They did not sense that there was an enemy hiding nearby, but now that the enemy had appeared without a sound, they became extremely vigilant. They all looked into the distance and immediately saw Xia Ping's figure appear in front of them. Who is it? Haven't you been looking for me for a long time? Now that I've appeared in front of you, you don't recognize me. Xia Ping stood with his hands behind his back and looked indifferently at the group of Xiantian sect disciples. You're the murderer who killed junior brother Chu Hen and junior brother Fang Zheng. How dare you appear in front of us? Ong Hang stared at Xia Ping. He did not expect this murderer to be so arrogant. He actually dared to appear in front of so many Xiantian sect disciples. His arrogance was boundless. There's nothing to be afraid of. I only came here for one purpose, and that is to snatch the 5 elemental spirit talisman. Xia Ping stated his purpose. If you hand over the 5 elemental spirit talisman now, you can live. Otherwise, you will die. Choose. He gave the group of people 2 choices. Bullshit. You want us to hand over the 5 elemental spirit talisman that we worked so hard to obtain? Who do you think you are? You're just an ant. You dare to say you'll give us 2 choices? Do you think you're a saint who can kill us? This kid has lost his mind. He can't even tell who's the boss. We have 10 golden core masters and thousands of elites. We can turn you into dust in an instant. You dare to challenge us with just this bit of strength? Have you measured your own strength? The group of Xiantian sect disciples exploded with anger. Their faces were flushed red. They wanted nothing more than to slap this arrogant Xia Ping to death. He was clearly alone and weak. Not only did he hide like a stray dog, but he actually dared to jump out and snatch the 5 elemental spirit talisman. He even jumped out and shouted that he wanted to give them 2 choices. He was too arrogant and domineering. Did he really think that the Xiantian sect was a soft persimmon that he could pinch as he pleased? Native. Rong Hang sneered. We're not Fang Jingjiao. You think that trash like Chu Hen can easily deal with the 10 golden core masters of the Xiantian sect? You're dreaming. His body emitted a violent aura that shrouded heaven and earth. The tyrannical magic power distorted the air. He had reached the middle stage of the golden core realm and had a trace of infinite magic power. I think you're mistaken. Fang Jingjiao and Chu Hen are trash, but aren't you? Xia Ping said indifferently. Native, if you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Chapter 1468. Martial Divine Ability, Storm Dragon Spear. In an instant, the perfected golden core of the Black Heaven sect charged over with the spear in his hand. The spear stabbed out, causing the heavens and earth to tremble, stirring up a storm within a radius of 1,000 miles. Endless gales gathered on the long spear. Runes flickered, and magic power rapidly condensed, turning into one storm after another, like a flood dragon traversing the heaven and earth. The storms turned into flood dragons. When the spear struck out, it was as if thousands of dragons had appeared at the same time. They covered the sky and earth, forming a formation that crushed down with destructive power. The surrounding Black Heaven sect disciples could not help but retreat several miles because such a spear technique was simply too violent. Even ordinary perfected golden cores would not dare to take it head-on. Once hit, one would definitely die and cease to exist. Die, native! Repent in hell! The perfected golden core holding the spear roared with a murderous aura. He wanted to stab this native to death with one strike and end this ridiculous operation. He wanted this native to know the terror of the Black Heaven sect and the power of perfected golden cores. Go to hell? What a joke! Even if I go to hell, I'm still the ruler. You have no idea who you're fighting against. Ignorant and fearless. This will be the reason for your death today. Xia Ping's gaze was calm and a pair of dark golden wings appeared on his back. Those were the wings of the golden crow of hell. They were engraved with dense ancient inscriptions, revealing the aura of space, flames, and antiquity. Swoosh! Immediately, the wings of the golden crow of hell flapped and he instantly left the spot as if he had entered the void. His speed was so fast that even divine senses could not detect him. It was like a space divine ability that allowed one to be so close, yet so far away. In the next second, Xia Ping dodged the spear and appeared behind the perfected golden core of the Black Heaven sect. That strike blasted into the distance, instantly raising hundreds of mountains to the ground. The area within a radius of hundreds of miles trembled as if there was a magnitude 7 or 8 earthquake. The air exploded inch by inch. Even a nuclear bomb would not be able to withstand such power. So fast. What kind of speed divine ability is that? Oh no, Junior Brother Liang is in danger. Junior Brother Liang, dodge quickly. Many Mystic Heaven sect disciples were shocked, including the perfected golden cores present. That was because even they could not detect Xia Ping's flight trajectory when he flapped his wings. All they knew was that Xia Ping had suddenly appeared behind that golden core. As for how he arrived, they had no idea at all. Even their spirit consciousnesses could not detect any traces of him flying. However, they immediately knew that Junior Brother Liang had revealed such a big flaw, and they were afraid that he was in danger. Someone was burning with anxiety and immediately issued a warning. What happened? The spear-wielding Jindan perfected master's hair stood on end and his body trembled. His move had been dodged by the enemy, and the enemy had even come to his back. It was too unbelievable. He was completely defenseless now. Lightning fist. Thunder runes seemed to revolve in the depths of Xia Ping's pupils, and every single cell in his body was trembling. A terrifying power of thunder rapidly surged out from the depths of his body, gathering in his fist. Countless lightning runes condensed on his right fist, forming a heaven and earth formation. It was as if it contained a sea of lightning, with endless lightning energy brewing within. Without any hesitation, the punch landed solidly on the spear-wielding golden core Taoist master. His chest was penetrated by the fist on the spot, and the armor on his body was torn apart easily. Ah! The golden core of Mystic Heaven's sect shrieked tragically as the terrifying lightning energy exploded. Unable to withstand it, his body exploded into a blood mist just like that. The spear in his hand fell to the ground as well, creating a deep pit. A golden core was killed with a single punch just like that. Junior brother Liang. When they saw the golden core being killed with a single punch, Rong Hang and the others shrieked with widened eyes. They were so furious that they wanted nothing more than to tear Xia Ping into pieces. Even if they were beaten to death, they would not have expected that a golden core with strong dermic powers would be killed by a true fire realm cultivator with a single punch. That was because everything happened too quickly in the blink of an eye. Even if they wanted to call for help, it was too late. Previously, they were still doubting if Xia Ping truly had the strength to kill a golden core. Perhaps he might have launched a sneak attack, poisoned or used all sorts of despicable methods. If it was a head-on fight, it would have been over. But now, Xia Ping had given them a tight slap. In an instant, he killed one of their golden cores, causing them to suffer heavy losses. Even if they wanted to regret it now, it was too late. Bastard, how dare you kill junior brother Liang? Ong Hang grit his teeth and glared at Xia Ping. Do you know that this is a grave sin? You're offending Mystic Heaven sect and no one can save you. He could not wait to kill Xia Ping immediately and his heart was bleeding. That was because 3 golden cores had died in Xia Ping's hands, Chu Hen, Fang Jingjiao and now, junior brother Liang. These golden cores were elite disciples of Mystic Heaven sect and the death of any one of them was unbearable. But now, 3 of them had died in the hands of the same person. One could imagine how furious he was right now. You don't dare to kill me? Xia Ping laughed. Even if your Mystic Heaven sect's patriarch came here, I would still dare to kill him. Don't you think that Mystic Heaven sect's name can scare me? Isn't that a joke? This is the Fog Star Zone. No matter how capable your patriarch is, can he reach here? If you have the guts, let your patriarch enter the Fog Star Zone to kill me. I'm just afraid that your Mystic Heaven sect's patriarch doesn't have the guts. He looked at Rong Hang and the others with a faint smile. Arrogant! How dare you insult a saint? You should be killed. Rong Hang was furious. This native was so arrogant that he even dared to insult and criticize a saint. Even if he had 9 lives, it would not be enough. Capture this native. A hot-tempered golden core roared. How dare he kill a disciple of Mystic Heaven sect and insult our patriarch? He's courting death. He won't be able to escape death no matter where he goes. Capture him alive. Cripple his cultivation and torture him day and night. Make him wish he was dead. That's the only way to comfort the souls of junior brother Liang and the others and take revenge. He's just a native. How dare he clamor in front of our Mystic Heaven sect? Tear him into pieces immediately. Set up the Mystic Heaven lifeless kill formation immediately and suppress this beast native. Go, attack together. Many Mystic Heaven sect disciples roared angrily. All of them were furious. Their eyes were bloodshot and their killing intent surged. The remaining 9 golden cores and thousands of Mystic Heaven sect disciples attacked together and set up the formation together. Immediately, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Mountains collapsed and tsunamis surged. The sun and moon lost their light. The chi of heaven and earth within a radius of 500 kilometers was completely devoured. Magic power surged and brewed continuously, immediately forming a terrifying heaven and earth formation that covered 500 kilometers. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.